Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Check is good. Camera looks good. I, as always, look very good. What's going on, everybody? I am Mr. Marauder, and I am here with another game. More games? Gaming-ish? More games? I'm gonna be playing 7 Days to Die, but I may pop in with some Grounded first until my buddy Blizz gets here. I don't know. Let me hop in the Discord. Let me text him. Let me see where he's at. He's reliable. He'll be there, but he kind of runs on his own time sometimes. Yeah, let me just text the motherfucker. What do you want? You know, I'm starting to see what they mean. Once you start really focusing on yourself as a man and you stop like worrying about women, it's like things that used to grab my attention just don't anymore. Slurpee, what's going on, my brother? How you doing? How you doing today? All the way in Australia. How you doing out there, my brother? What's the weather like? Slurpee says he's good, soon gonna have a power snooze. Hey man, we all need it every once in a while. Especially as us men, especially as us busy men who work a lot. We need our power naps. Yeah, boy says, I was in the most racist Modern Warfare 2 lobby. These things happen. It's unfortunate, but these things happen. Part of the reason that I don't even deal with like most online gaming, especially games like Modern Warfare that just draw in negativity, you know. Seems to bring out the worst in people, those kind of games. Slurpee says, have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning for me to go home. Oh. For you to go home? What's going on? You on a camping trip or something? You on a boys night out or something? You doing something crazy cool like that? What'd I do with my damn phone? Keep taking pictures. I ain't trying to take no pictures. Boop, boop. Let's pause that. Now I went to a family place. Okay, that's what's up. I hope you had a good time. Let me do this. Let me do that. Capture a specific. Come on, you can do this. Faster, buddy. There we go. Move both of them down there. And then move that up. Shavambalam. Alright. Are you playing Grounded? Yeah, for a bit until Blizz gets here. I'm gonna switch over to 7 Days to Die. Recognize that music? That's what's up. Slurpee said like almost a 10-hour drive to here and back home. Okay. Oops, sorry typo. I'll listen to you while I close my eyes. All good. Hey, you know what, man? If you're gonna go take a power nap, you probably should do it in silence. I would recommend not having something in the background. Let me turn this down a little bit. A little ridiculous there, music. There we go. You know, that's part of the problem that we have these days. LOL, can't sleep without noise. Yeah, and I was just about to get at that, that's part of the problem that we have these days, why so many people have so much anxiety. we've kind of gotten to a point where we're so used to so much noise. I mean, myself included. I mean, I can't, you know, I ain't even gonna lie. Like, you know, whenever I'm done here, I'm usually up for playing another game, or like I'm watching videos all night. You know, something like that. Bug, come here. Dag nubbit. All right. I need target practice anyway. Oh, booty. Wow, how'd you jump? Gravity doesn't work like that, fool. There we go. Excuse me. Ah. Come on down. Where you at? This one? Yeah. Oh, okay, I gotta chop you down then, alright? That works. Where'd you go, bug? Where'd it go? Oh, boo. All that work for nothing. Oh, well. Slurp says, I hate the quiet most of the time. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of us do these days. It's kind of a first world problem. You know, and I'm really advocating and really trying to practice it myself, but keeping things quiet around me. You know, even though my job helps because, you know, I'm a massage therapist. So it's pretty damn quiet in there all the time. But for one, it's not going to be like that very much longer once I start working as a welder. And for two, it's still work, you know, and like outside of work, I still have to like set aside quiet time. Where did I put? Get away from me, Ant.
Hey there, buddy.
Yeah, Ant, bastard. What do I do? There we go. Oh, he stacks them. Crisscross, I like it. So what do I need to do? I don't know how to do any of those things. I need to upgrade. I know I need to upgrade stuff. But it's like I can't figure it out because I know I need marble in order to get a grind wheel. Not a grind wheel, but a smithing thing. But I just can't figure it out. So, let me see about repairs and stuff. Yeah, my ant club needs repairs. How do I do this again? There we go. Fun. Repair. I gotta put stuff away. Let me see. Let's just trash that. And that. Let me check where'd I put my phone? There it is. Alright, Blizz said about 25 minutes, but knowing him, that'll be closer to an hour. Love the guy. His timing can be pretty off sometimes, though. I really don't know what to do next. I'm just kind of like winging things. I'm like wing wang doodling it. Let me. How do I? Can I just take it? Right? And then how do I wear?
I'm all geared up.
I think the ant armor is a little bit better just to walk around. The acorn armor seems to attack too much too much attention. I went to go try to kill a stink bug, but they're still a little bit too powerful for me. I'll take that. How hungry am I? Hungry enough to eat something that's about to go bad.
Just like a fruit pounder.
There it is. Fruit pounder. I'm not gonna make the obvious jokes there. Alright, I guess I go explore. I mean, I know obviously I gotta get over here, but every time I've tried, I get horrifically murdered by something. I don't like that there's no compass. I don't know how to make the compass accessible. Let's try going down this way, huh? Let's see. What's down here? Shoot-doo. 4 likes. I will take it. Thank y'all so much for stopping by this. What is it? What are we at? Saturday? Yeah, Saturday. I got tomorrow off. Been really blasé about work lately. It's not good. It's not a good thing. You know, I even took a few days off. And I came back. I went back yesterday, and it was like basically I didn't even take any time off. You know, and I was like, ah, shit.
It's better than nothing.
That sucks. So I gotta make the change. I gotta start doing something else, I think. Sound like someone's following me. That means that there's a research station nearby, yeah? Hello, Weedle? No? Is it this way? I don't know. If this tells me in which direction to go, I don't know how to read it. But it's saying it's somewhere over here, yeah? Oh. Alright, not that way. Oh, there's a lot of underground here. Big ol' Oreo and oh, look at a hot dog. Oh, it's an uncircumcised hot dog. It's got all that shrinkage. Nope. Okay. Ah, damn it. So it's gotta be what, this way? There it is. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. Hello.
Verbal transcription unit 89.4.14. Order number 80.
Virgil, are you there?
Yes, sir. It appears that the shrinking process has not overly affected my functionality. I do not know how this is possible. I previously believed that all the parts of my functional unit were required for operation, but apparently they were not.
Blah 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 blah.
Perhaps that means
Slippy says, I will say,
space.
I'm not sleepy tired in a way, more like exhausted. Yeah, I hear you, man.
Feel anything else?
Wait for these guys to shut the hell up.
Everything appears to be the same. I have come to realize that this world is absolutely covered in filth. It is quite concerning. You may wish to wash your hands before returning to work.
But yeah, even like, I mean, I hear you, man. Hell, sometimes it's just best to rest. I mean, you may even like be more sleepy tired than you realize, you know. Just give yourself a break. Kick back, relax. Try not to think about much. The opposite way that I wanted to. Although maybe I should go back before it gets too dark. Time goes by fast in this game. It's like I don't really have much time for exploring before. Ah, well, I got away. A lot of sprigs over here. Pick up a handful of them. Gimme, yeah, da, da. Yeah. Hello, wolf spider.
That was refreshing.
I better get out of here before it gets dark. That wolf spider will try to eat me. Get out of the grass, get out of the grass. There you go. tall grass. Alright, got a little tunnel over here. Let's check where we are. I don't know where the hedge is. Guess we just keep looking, yeah?
That beetle kind of looks like my dad.
That's, okay.
Beetle here, beetling along.
Well, yeah, no, we don't want to fuck with these guys. Not quite strong enough for that yet. At least I don't think. I haven't tried to fight a bombardier yet. One of them ambushed me one time and took like half my health away. Go away, ants. You mess with those apples. Got some larvae over here. Oh, hello. They don't seem to want none. Oh, there's a thing up in the trees. How do I get to that? How do I get up there? Yeah, I know. This time I saw it before the blinky blues. It's starting to get dark. The hedge ascent. Okay. Is this where I need to be? There's a thing right here. A berry. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Berry chunk. I know I need berry leather. Did you not give me leather? Do. Do I not have a torch? Why do I not have a torch? Rope and dry grass. Okay. We'll worry about that later. Hey, 5 likes. How y'all doing today? What's the haps, everybody? What be going on? Ooh, that's a power cord. Where did that thing go? Hello. There you are. There you are. The field station.
The Kinder Science lab modules have not held up as well as anticipated. I thought hiding these lab units in the hedge would provide a bit of protection from my rampaging children. But it appears not even the sanctuary of these leaves can protect my work from an errant Flingman disc. The subsequent breaches in the lab structures have invited all manner of arachnid invaders to wander in. My plan is to recalibrate the tasty bots for defensive action. A stopgap solution, to be sure, but I've no time for repairs, not when I'm so close to unlocking the mysteries of raw science.
You talk entirely too much. There's way too much talking in this game. Alright. I need some dry grass. I know there's some not too far away. Nothing with those leaves. What about you? You dry grass? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Gimme.
Larva ahead!
Alright, slow your roll, Big G. Okay. I need a torch, and for that I need a rope. I need plant fiber. Ball sacks. Should be some laying around, yeah. A lot of walking over here. Oh shit. Goodbye. Alright, you and your creepy ass laugh. I need sprig, I need fiber, I need plant fiber. Baby hair. Yeah, let me make a lean-to here. I need a lean-to. There we go. Slurp says, I'm back. Sorry my device died, so I missed out on a part of the stream. Not a problem, my brother. Welcome back, welcome back. Not really missing much. I'm just kind of fucking around here on what's it called? What's this game called? Grounded? Yeah, Grounded. Alright, pick that up because I don't need jizz anymore. What is this? Is this clay? I kind of need clay. Give me the clay. Just give me the clay. That's a good amount. What's my inventory looking like? I'm gonna need more food. My food's spoiled now. Alright. May as well continue exploring. This is like Subnautica, but more of a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movie. Yeah. I also think it's a lot harder than Subnautica. There's a lot more things that want to kill you. And they're very good at it in this game. At least from what I've seen. I'm still in the pretty early stages. I still don't really know what's going on. I'm figuring it out slowly, but I'm not stressing it. I'm trying not to look up too much. You know, just kind of winging it, figuring things out as I go. It's a good one. It's pretty. I'm digging the graphics. What is this? Ah, okay. So I found some marble. That'll be good. I mean, hopefully that'll be enough to make the upgrade wheel. The what's it called? The smithing station.
Tastes good.
I'm sure it does. Little droplet of water. Where are we even at? Are we anywhere we need to be? Yeesh, what is this? So I found the hedge ascent. Does that mean I keep going up? Is this the hedge right here? I'm curious. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids references too. Which, that's a movie, man. I haven't seen that movie in years. Alright, so there's obviously a spider nearby, and I don't want to mess with no spider right now. Because spiders are scary in this game. There is an arachnophobia mode that apparently gets rid of the giant spiders, and I wonder what that's like, because they're kind of everywhere. And they're a menacing threat. And I'm like, do they just not... Yeah! Roar, lions.
Awesome.
Raw, diddly. Get out of here, spider. Alright. So, I like how the battle music cuts all abruptly. What is this? Okay. That's right. So I activated one of these and it broke. So it's like a horde, I guess? Oh yeah, there's a few of them. Hey, big boys. Ow, 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 ow. Listen, it's just me. Okay? It's just me against a lot of you. Nope, well then, there goes that. Let's see, maybe I'll get to the nearest field station. Yep, that's what happened last time. I don't know how to repair it either. Oh well. Oh, welly well. Alright, I think this is the thing. Yep, it's empty. Let me go get my backpack. Yeah, I find the combat in this game very difficult. It's a lot of big things that want to kill you, do a lot of damage. Yo, what's all this about? You show that spider who's boss. Yeah, I'll even help. Never had buddies before. Are you guys not buddies? Oh, you guys aren't buddies. You're not buddies at all. The enemy of my enemy. No. No, listen here, I got this. Fair and square, you hear me? Ow, you hear me, spider face? Get away from me. Ouch. Oh, I am poison. That's why. Fuck, that poison lasts a long time. Stop poisoning me. See, so there's definitely more up there I can search, and that's probably a good idea because there we go. Ah. You gotta run like the raptors in Ark Survival. You see a raptor, you run. Let me get up here. You know, I've been thinking about the title of my stream here. I've been thinking about that topic quite a bit. For a long time, actually. A few months at least. Alright, drink the soda, yeah. Alright, Slurp, you be easy. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you next time. But you know, I've been thinking a lot about what it is, what it really means to be a man. You know, it's kind of a difficult subject these days. It's kind of even hard to talk about because like masculinity and manhood in general is in a really, really weird place. But you know, again, with my job, I have a lot of time to think. And I do think about this topic a lot, and I'm like, well, what is it, man? What does it really mean to be a man? Like, how is it that men act? What are we supposed to be? How are we supposed to be moving as men, you know? It's always a tough question for me, because I'm like, I don't know, I never had anyone to teach me, you know? Never had a good, strong male role model around. You know, right now I'm kind of leaning on, like, things that I read, like, you know, from other, like, more successful men who are much more successful than I am. Speaking of which, I just got my W-2 today. Saw how much I make. I was like, I never really like sat down and thought about it and did the math, and I'm like, ugh, you know? It's about time I figure out something to start making a little bit more than I do right now. How do I even get up into the bushes? Like, I did this.
I'm trapped in a web!
Oh, shut your mouth. Not that serious. I'm like, where's that field? Oh yeah, I can look up that field station. Oh, it's way over here. It's way over this way. You know, we're pretty fortunate as men these days that we do have ways to like find other men that we look up to that are doing better things, you know, through like YouTube and Instagram. That's what I've been looking up a lot of lately. A lot of Kevin Samuels, a lot of Andrew Tate, a lot of Jordan Peterson. I got turned on to Matt Walsh today in his podcast. I've always liked Matt Walsh, but I never like seen his stuff before, like. And I watched him. He talked about masculinity and like the war on it and stuff like that. And he actually mentioned Andrew Tate and brought up some really good points, both good and bad, you know. And I was like, you know what, man, this is legit. We need to start talking about this kind of stuff more. Because I think everything that's going on right now in this world, if we had more strong men, like legit men, like, you know, like they used to build them back in the day, I think a lot of these issues would go away. We wouldn't have a lot of the issues that we have right now. A lot of the violence, a lot of the school shootings, a lot of the suicides, all that stuff. Oh, this is kind of scary up here. Alright, I assume I go this way, maybe? Yeah.
It's a little baby spider. Kind of cute in a creepy sort of way. Yeah, scary baby.
Nope, I'm out. I ain't trying to fight the babies either, but hey, I know where to find them now. Alright, so it's probably not this way. Ooh, that's a pretty view though. Okay, probably be back towards the babies of death here. Shoodly doots. Yeah, don't you jump at me. You infant arachnid. Ooh, what is that? Is that a zip line? 'Tis indeed. Ow! Oh, you. Bleh. I forgot I was one smackery do away. You little anal bead. Alright, let me grab this. Science!
Science!
Science? Damn.
Reminds me of Bill Nye. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Where is my bag? Nope, nope, nope. You get out of here, bugs. Excuse me, my bag's supposed to be over here. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir, I believe I'm missing one bag. Alright, whatever, let's just get out of here.
This is awesome!
God, your voice is annoying. Oh, shut up, Spiderling. Spitterling. Where do I even go from here? I'm lost. Yeah. Okay, maybe not this way. There's some science right here.
Science!
Oh, hello. Well, that was an accident. Yeah. Yeah, get out of here, Wally. Ah. Yeah, you're dramatic. How do I take all W? Is this not the Hedge Lab?
Science!
Bandage. There we go. So old school radio's online now.
Scabby. Surveyor connection established.
Scab.
Use survey stations to scan for analyzed materials.
Ah.
Visit additional stations to expand the survey net.
Expand. To expand survey net. Alright, well that was a good find. I'm glad I found this. Is this not the Hedge Lab though? What is this then? I would have thought that was the Hedge Lab. There's another zipline thing over there, it looks like. But right here, was this like a spider? Ew. Ah, there's a lot of them. Alright. Gotta breathe. There you go. Yeah, get out of here, spiders. Spiderlings. Bombardier parts. Huh? How do I get bombardier parts up here? I ain't killed no bombardiers up here. zip line thing over there, but maybe not active. Maybe not. Oh, there's my bag. It's on the ground. That's what I was afraid of. I will have to go back down eventually. Alright, how do I get over there? Can I get over there? Yeah. Oh no. Ah! Well, that sucks. That sucks. Oh, fluff me. Well, I guess I gotta run back and grab both my bags. At least they're right next to each other. Oh, that's far. Are there mounts in the game? That'd be cool. Maybe ride an ant or something. Move a little bit faster. Yeah, take a breath. Seven likes, I will take that. What's going on, everybody? I don't want nothing from you, little spiderling. You. I don't know what's behind me. I don't want to know what's behind me. I'm just gonna keep moving forward. Dodge from side to side for a little bit every once in a while. Alright. You still following me, fool? God damn, you're persistent. Alright, if Blizz doesn't show up soon, I'm gonna start 7 days without
At
him.
least I didn't lose all my stuff.
Let me see something here. Alright. There's one bag and there is two
yes.
bags.
I love this backpack.
It looks like there's a thing right up there. I don't know if I can climb up this leg of the branch, this leg of the bush. That's a big old spider over there. We can get his eye here. No, we can't. We can't climb up that. It's too steep. Too stiff. Alright, let's head back to the base camp, I guess. Which is way back here. What is this? Way back. This one, yep. Actually, we don't even have to go that far back. Let's just go back here. I should have the pieces to be able to make a little bed cot thingy, whatever they call it. A stowaway, whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, this is one so far that I can. I'm digging it. I'm really feeling the aesthetics of it. There's certain things that I don't like, but I can overlook those because it's a pretty solid game. But I can't really play it for more than like half an hour, 20 minutes at a time. It's kind of weird. At least right now, maybe when I figure everything out, it'll be a little easier to put some time into it. I keep feeling like I'm getting stuck, and like the progression isn't very natural.
Hello, hello.
Blizz, what's going on, my brother?
Oh, nothing much. My apologies for the delay.
That's all good. I was just telling chat how you do that. I was like, he's reliable, but he'll be here.
Better late than never,
Yeah,
right?
oh yeah. How you doing, my brother? How was work?
Oh, not bad. Hopefully your day was not bad either.
You know, my days are good. I'm just kind of struggling. You know, with like just work lately.
Sometimes it's like that. It can be hard to give so much to other people.
It is, and I think that's kind of what it comes down to. A lot of my issues is that I'm just like I'm tired of giving so much, and then like I'm also seeing clients that I've seen over and over and over again. You know, it's kind of working with the same people doing the same shit. I'm like, ugh, I'm ready. And plus, I got my W-2 today, and like I realized how much I made, or I should say how little I made, and I was like, yeah, it's time for a change.
Oh no, I would definitely agree. I haven't seen this year how much I've made, but
Mhm.
last year I actually got to see how much I made the company. And I was very
Oh,
astonished to say the least.
oh yeah, I bet that's humbling. I bet that's humbling. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
man, I'm really considering it, bro. I'm really considering like you know, I put out my application to some welding places, and I know it's gonna be kind of an uphill battle at first, but I have the potential of like, you know, making more money. Maybe not per hour, but like, you know, I'll be able to do a lot more overtime and stuff like that.
Yeah, to overall be more of a benefit to you than doing massage therapy.
Yeah, you know, it's just I love what I do, man. I love massage, but it's like unless I really want to dedicate myself to opening my own business, I'm kind of maxed out, you know.
Right. I wouldn't look at it like that. I would sometimes you really got to think like really far out of the box, kind of like how I'm doing with kind of like the card game and all that stuff.
Mhm.
You really got to just cuz like it's just
Well,
me biding my time until I can get everything.
yeah, no, I meant like I'm maxed out in massage as far as like
Oh, okay.
I'm not getting what I used to out of it, you know.
Right.
Oh shit. I'm not getting what I used to out of it. Plus, I'm not making as much money as I feel like I need to be making for me to be happy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's like I'm not gonna lie. I was like I want to start making at least double what I'm making right now. And if I stay in the massage field, like I'm not gonna do that unless I can start my own business and become successful real fast, you know. Or unless I branch out and do something else.
That's very true. And I mean at that point you'd kind of be on your own anyway, you know.
hmm So, you know, right now I'm still like, you know, I'm really gonna be hitting this welding thing, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous about it, just because of how like not good I was at it, and like, you know, how I really don't like mesh with that kind of work too much. But you know, I'm looking forward to it. The potential is there, and like, you know, it's kind of like what they said when I first went to massage school. The lady, the principal, told us she was like, life begins where your comfort zone ends, you know. And like,
That's actually very true.
right.
And I mean, you start off kind of sucky at everything, so it's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a matter of brushing up on your skills.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I just got to get into a place and like start working. And it's like, you know, even when I do start working for a place, that doesn't mean I have to stay there, you know, like work there for a few months, get some practice, and then kind of start branching out a little bit more, you know?
That's very true. Yeah, I wouldn't tie myself down to anything, especially if you have the opportunity to move around.
Right, right. And like,
In today's society, they definitely need us a lot more than we need them.
oh yeah, yeah, that's very true. And I've also been talking to Bender and like Isaac and stuff about like, you know, opening businesses, and because like Bender has a pretty successful automobile business, and I was kind of talking to him about it yesterday, so I was like, I'm definitely gonna start picking his brain a little bit more, because I'm like, I really want to run my own business, you know. I'm feeling that urge. I just got to figure out what my niche is, you know.
Yeah, I mean, even just learning the ropes of business etiquette is going to take you way further than you think.
Right, right. So we'll see what's up. You know, it's kind of still up in the air. It's still early in the year. I've only gotten a call back from one place. I still have to call them back and just kind of go from there, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I was gonna say the year just started, so
Yeah.
this might take off too. So you never know.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've been thinking about that too, and I was like, I don't know, man. There's so many. I'm just gonna keep doing it. That's really all I can do. You know, is that I've actually been thinking about taking the gaming part away from it too, because like I noticed the last time that we were talking and stuff, it was like we didn't even get to gaming, you know, because we were just talking so much. So I'm like,
Yeah, not.
what's up?
Oh, I was gonna say no, keep going.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't even think that's a bad thing either, because it's like, especially if we've got such a compelling conversation going, the gaming kind of comes second anyway.
Right. Yeah, I was actually even considering making a whole new channel, but you know, those are big things for another time. Right now, tonight, I kind of want to play some 7 Days to Die. And just kind of have a good conversation. Yeah, you in?
I was gonna say I will try to join you here sooner than later. I gotta find some. I'm uploading some files for work myself, so once I can knock that out.
All right, word. In that case, I'll wait. I'll go play something else.
Oh no, do your thing. It won't hurt my feelings.
Yeah, let me step away for a minute. I'm gonna go smoke another bowl. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. I am back. Seven, what's going on? How you doing today? Shalom, my friend. Shalom. All right, Blizz, I'm back. You there?
Yes.
All right. But how much time you got before you can join?
It's saying I have one more document, but it's just being a bitch.
All right. Well, let me know. I'm gonna go ahead and get started then.
All right.
But yeah, man, to kind of get straight into the point, like, you know, I've been doing a lot of looking into what it is to be a man, you know. And well, let me ask you something. Do you feel like you had anyone that you looked up to when you were growing up? Anyone that you aspired to be like?
I wouldn't say probably not anybody like not a real person. No.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Yeah, because it gets to a point where it's like, I mean, my dad was pretty much always busy, and that's nothing on him, because that's what he was doing, you know, to keep a family of four of us, to, you know, like happy and fed and all that stuff. So I've got no complaints about that. It's just it makes it hard to have role models.
Yeah. And like, you know, I know I'm not the only one that felt it, feels it. Listen to me. I know I'm not the only one that it hit because, you know, I was watching some stuff today, and like a lot of the stuff that I've been looking into, it's like, yeah, there really are like basically all the boys from our generation before is the generation now really feel like they don't have any males to look up to, you know, any positive male role models.
Well, yeah, and I feel like that's why we have people like even the manosphere and stuff like that. Why it's such a prevalent thing, because you really don't have any spaces for guys to really do much of anything. Honestly.
Right. Yeah, you know, and I read somewhere a long time ago, it was like, you know, the powers that be, they're afraid of groups of strong men getting together and doing stuff, you know, because of they know what we're capable of.
Well, I probably even dared to say that's how they got started themselves. And it's almost like when you achieve ultimate, or not ultimate power, but you know, you achieve a level of control that you get comfortable with, why would you relinquish that to others?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. That's a good point.
I mean, and I'm sure we would have different perspectives as well if we were on the other side of the whatever you want to call it. You know, the shoe was on the other foot or
Right. We're on
whatnot.
the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Well, I was even gonna say like cause like think of it how our lives are. We're living to survive. Rich people aren't necessarily living to survive. They're living to maintain. So it's like you have a whole different perspective of things just from that outlook just there.
So say that one more time. You're gonna have to explain that one in a little more detail for me.
Okay, so what I mean is like, okay, so you and I essentially don't come from money, right?
Right.
So it's like our whole outlook on everything is more of a survival kind of aspect. Whereas if we came from money and it's like we knew the ins and outs and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, it would be almost a completely different outlook on life. Instead of surviving, it turns into, I mean, I guess you could still call it surviving, but it's like it's a whole different outlook on everything you're trying to do, if that makes sense.
Right. Like when you have the money as opposed to wanting the money.
Right. It makes a whole different, like, you know, like your mentality is completely different. And it's not like, because we all know, especially when things get hard, it's more of a stress, and it's like, you make more irrational decisions because you're just trying to get by with the little bit you have instead of it being a luxury or something that's a little easier to maneuver just because you have that cushion.
Right, right. Okay. I hear what you're saying. How does that pertain to us being men and stuff like that, though? Like us not having role models, though. Kind of lost me there.
I mean, just being born into a different lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like not necessarily pertaining to you being a man, but just essentially what it would take for us to be men is going to be completely not necessarily different, but it's like getting there in whatever order is going to be completely different.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's fair. I guess you could say the same about any situation, though. You know, like if you try to do anything, if you try to get into a hobby, if you have money, it's gonna be easier to get into that hobby than if you don't have money. You know.
Very true.
So I think it comes down to more like, as a general, as a whole, because like, you know, we whether we're rich or not, we should have an example of what a man should be. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, but I mean, if it was that easy to access, I think things would be completely different.
what do you
That
mean?
information.
Oh yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, you know. And it's like I don't think rich people necessarily have more access to like good quality men, if that makes sense. You know, just because they have money doesn't necessarily mean that they're good men. You know what I mean?
Well, that also does come down to, everyone's at the end of the day, you're still human.
Mhm.
Money doesn't really ultimately change that.
No, it doesn't. All right, hang on.
So I mean, like, trying to look at rich people in a different light, I wouldn't say that, but it's just I guess I was just saying that, throwing that out there from just to I honestly don't know. I apologize.
No, it's I mean it's all good, you know. It is a good. I mean, it's not a good one, not good. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a solid notion, you know, knowing that certain guys do have, you know, different access, and it's gonna be, our outlook on life is gonna be different based on who's around you and the kind of resources that you have.
Yeah,
But
and
you
I
know,
think
I
money
think
plays a huge factor into that. But
right,
I
right,
also think it's just like, well, I think everyone wants what everyone else wants. So it's like, I really, at the end of the day, it's like money only goes so far,
hmm
but it can take you definitely far enough to have enough of an impact, if that makes sense.
right, right.
Like money, I would say money would be like a top priority, and then everything else that would have influence kind of falls under money.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think that's probably a topic for another for another day. You know, like basically the haves and the have-nots.
Right.
Let me
Well, I
catch
mean,
up
it
on
can
what
get. Oh, yes, sir.
let me catch up on what Seven has to say real quick here. Seven says, same. My dad was a busy U.S. military. My older brothers were Rambo and Commando, Rocky, Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee. Okay, yeah, your older brothers were all these, yeah, the 80s heroes, right? Mashup of men also both included U.S. military, John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, Charles Branson. Tough men mentally, even my cousins and sisters in the U.S. military. I hear that, yeah, and I think you're probably a little bit older than I am, you know, because Blizz is a little younger than I am as well, because like when we started growing up, those heroes were starting to be pushed out already. You know, those manly type heroes, and
Well, it was almost like a bad thing at that point.
yeah, well, I mean, in like the 80s, early 90s, it was still a good thing to be like manly like that. You know, to have those kind of traits, but it was like kind of all of a sudden things made a flip flop, and it was like if you're manly, basically any kind of masculinity is toxic, you know, and it's just kind of gotten worse over the years. And like I think I felt it hard because I grew up in a house full of women, You know, it was my grandmother, my older sister, my mom. My grandfather was around, but like, you know, he wasn't really around. My dad was in the picture, but I only really saw him on the weekends. And like, you know, we've had that conversation where he's not exactly the pinnacle of what a man should be, you know?
Touche. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's like, and sometimes like, because at that point, and I'm not saying this for older men like as a diss or anything, but it's
Hmm.
like, they're more lenient on kind of things like that because they're, well, I mean, most of the older men I've seen are single.
Yep.
Now, not my dad or anything like that, but it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, most older men I've seen are single, and it's like the leniency they put on things to be around women is way different and way more loose than what me personally would do, or probably you as well. And so it's like, I think sometimes that ends up having a negative impact because it's like, as a younger person, you see that and it's like, okay, so that's why I should be treating women like almost giving the fairy tale kind of scenario to women.
Hmm. Okay, I see what you mean. Like, you know, they kind of got caught up, you know, kind of like I say, or a lot of people say in like the single mother, you know, kind of household where when it comes down to it, ladies can't raise a man, you know.
Well, I
So it's
mean,
like, you know, cause kind of like you said, you know, giving them the whole like fairy tale thing that cause like that's what I grew up with. That's what I thought that it was supposed to be, you know, the whole fairy tale. You meet the woman of your dreams, you give her everything she wants, and you'll be happily ever after, you know, that kind of stuff.
oh yeah, and I was the same way for a long time too, and that's why my the one relationship I thought was going to work out ended up failing because
Hmm.
that's like super simp mentality. And until like a lot of men get trapped in that, and until you can really break out of that, you kind of just fail,
Yep.
unfortunately.
Yep. I'm gonna touch on that real quick. Johnny said something here. Johnny Turner, what's going on, my friend? An example of what a man should be is an easy find. Christ was the example. Oh yeah, 100%. You know, but unfortunately, it wasn't all that easy. You know, growing up and all that stuff. And honestly, like even nowadays, I really don't think it's all that easy because you know the Bible's a hard read. It really is. You know. I've been trying to look into it. For some reason, you know, something told me to start with the Book of John, so I've been reading that. Everyone keeps telling me check out the New Testament first, so that's kind of where I've started. And but yeah, it's a tough read, and it's really difficult for me to understand fully. So I wouldn't even say it's an easy example, but you're right. You're definitely right. Jesus Christ was the one example to follow. Although unfortunately, none of us are ever gonna be like him because we're just incapable of it.
I think it
Uh,
would be hard to be a man without sin,
yeah.
being that all of us are with sin.
Exactly, considering that you know humans are sinful beings, it's very difficult to like you said be follow someone who is perfect. You know, it's a high bar to reach. Is all I'm saying. Seven says, Mr. M, rich people without the right guidance makes for weak people generation. Oh yeah, live like a pit fighter and survivalist, but with the samurai code, add holy Bible wisdom and true foundation. Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the samurai code. I've actually considered myself looking into Bushido. Like you know what Bushido is, right? The what they practice, what samurai practice. I don't know if that was like a religion or if it was the whole like martial art or whatever. But I heard someone say that like samurai were basically the pinnacle of what men were.
Okay.
You know, it was like that balance of like, you know, just super stoic, um, but they also had like, you know, they also did things that are considered like, you know, feminine now, like they did flower arrangements and calligraphy and stuff like that, you know, but they were also like, and kind of what like the Bible says about, you know, that men should be, and I fully agree, is that men should be kind of like servants, like we're put here to serve. Kind of like men have done throughout history, you know, and like help build society and all that stuff.
Me personally, I have no problem with that either. It's just I think a lot of people in today's world are forgetting what it's almost like gender roles are vilified. Like it's a bad thing to have gender roles.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's the weird thing I don't understand.
Yeah, you know, and honestly, it's not even like a majority of people, I don't think. I think it's just been like who's been loud, you know, and it's kind of like someone mentioned it. I forgot, it was some podcast that I was watching, and it was like we've been kind of taking it on the chin because that's what men do, and just all throughout history, you know, it's kind of like we do whatever we feel like is gonna make women happy, you know.
Right.
But like now it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, okay, no matter what the fuck we do, you're not gonna be happy with anything. So now we're starting to get to be like, okay, well we're done with this shit, you know.
I'm very happy to see it the day
Yeah.
because yeah, I've
Same here.
seen too many delusional women, and I'm not saying it as a mean thing. It's just yeah, there's been it's like well, I mean, you see it all over YouTube and social media where it's like you gotta be 6 foot, six figures, 6 inches or more.
Yeah.
And I thought
Six
666
pack,
was
yeah.
bad, but I mean, shit, fuck, like.
Right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm right there with you, you know. And it's like I don't know. Again, I don't think that's the majority. I really don't feel like that's a majority of people. I think it's a certain type of lady. And like, you know, granted, there are more and more that seem to be getting that way just because of the influence that social media has. But like, I really do feel like there's a lot of women that are fighting back just as hard as men are, you know, if not harder. Because
Well, I
they're,
just was about to ask you, like, well, where do you feel like these women are?
I'll answer that here when I catch up on chat real quick. Seven says, they don't teach you all in church everything, but the Holy Spirit will teach you everything completely. Oh yeah, yeah, and I'm with you there. But it's one of those things too, especially someone like me who's just kind of recently given myself over to Christ, or like, you know, other people, like a lot of my friends who aren't religious, you know, they don't believe necessarily in Jesus and God and all that stuff, but they still want to be good men. You know, I can't just be like, hey, look to Christ, you know, read the Bible, because that's just not going to work for them, you know. And then Johnny says, nothing worth having and being is easy, not since the garden. Absolutely, Johnny. I always say that 100%. I was like, and that's part of what I was saying about my job too, is that once you get too comfortable, it's probably about time you leave and go do something else, you know. You have anything to add to that, Blizz, before I answer your question?
I will actually kind of disagree with you on that. I feel like just because of the way I'm trying to do things, I'm trying to make a card game, so I'm using my job to take advantage of that since it does pay so well.
Right.
And so I guess sometimes I feel like it could be a situation where if you have a plan, you know, like a plan already preset and pretty straightforward, I would go with that instead of
right, but it's like
around.
like you're not necessarily just comfortable there, right? Like you have something else going on. Like me, I don't necessarily have another project going on, and I'm like, you know, I have a lot of ideas for stuff, but a lot of the ideas that I have, I need money for. And I'm just not like, you know, getting the plus, like, you know, like I said as well, is like my job's not fulfilling me the way that I want to. And it's not that I'm not complaining about it. I love my job and I'm still gonna do it even after I'm you know, get another job, start welding. But it's just like I feel like I've gone as far with it as I can. And I also feel like, you know, at the same time, man, I'm so tired of working with so many women. I want to start surrounding myself with more men.
You know, I think that's actually my problem too.
Yeah, and that I mean, I really feel like there's been a big part of my issue is that like I'm just so don't get a whole lot of that male, you know, especially that masculine male type, you know, like camaraderie and stuff.
Yeah, and I'd say that actually has like it changes you.
It does. It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it does. Johnny says Bushido is a code of conduct, a way of conducting oneself and interactions, and honorable. And then Bender says, "Good evening, Mr. M in chats. Hey, what's going on, Bender? How you doing? Welcome to the stream."
Hello.
We're having a pretty deep talk about what it is to be a man, you know, and like I think, I mean, it's weird because you know, all growing up, kind of like what you said, Blizz, is that like I didn't have any actual men to look up to. Like my heroes were all cartoons and comic characters and stuff. You know, and you want to talk about like unrealistic expectations. Like when you're looking up to He-Man and Spider-Man and shit like that. And then not only that, but you know, like I said, I was raised with a lot of women. You know, my mom actually made me watch the vagina monologues when I was like 12 or 13. You ever heard of that shit?
I actually have not.
Oh my god, it's basically just this feminist bullshit where this like fat chick goes up there and she complains for 2 hours about how she can't get enough dick or something.
Oh wow.
It wasn't like that. It was just like, you know, just a feminist rant. She kept saying vagina's power, vagina's power, and my mom's like, you need to watch this, Gabriel, and I'm like, ugh, okay. The pie, what's going on? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the
I think
stream.
the sad part. Oh, sorry to cut you off there, but I think the sad part is that it's like, yeah, why aren't there any? I don't want to call it a dick monologue. That sounds weird, but you know.
Well, and here's the thing too, is that like whenever, especially the further along we go, the more that basically male empowerment, as much as I hate to call it that, is being stifled. You know, they're getting rid of more and more stuff. Like, okay, so for example, now they have a bunch of, you know how like basically females have taken over the whole sports networks and all that shit now, right?
Right.
And like they're all the journalists and everything. So I just heard today that they're talking about how the NFL is too violent and they're trying to figure out ways to make it less violent. Because of what happened to old boy, how his heart stopped or whatever, like couple days ago.
But does that have to actually do with the? I feel bad for his heart stopping, but it's just like, is that because of the sport or is that because of something else?
Yeah, and honestly, like it doesn't like that's like neither here nor there, honestly. But like the fact of the matter is that it is a dangerous sport, and like that kind of stuff. As much as I don't even like football, personally, that kind of stuff is important for boys, for men, you know. Because we do have a good amount of aggression, you know, this testosterone and stuff like that. It gives us, you know, this urge to kind of be violent, you know. It's part of why I like boxing, you know, is because I want to hit someone and I want to be hit, you know what I mean? Like there's a part of me that there's that primal like just man in me, you know, that I'm like, let's do this, you know.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of people have this is why I know it's been a couple of streams ago, but this is why I made the comment about people being animals.
Mm-hmm.
Because people failed to realize, like, way back when, if we were in, like, Rome or something, if you think someone, you know, putting on some football gear and people hitting each other is bad, people were, like, decapitating people.
Oh my God. Like
in the fucking Colosseums for kids to watch.
Yeah.
So it's like, we're just being soft about that.
Mm-hmm. That's what it comes down to. And honestly, that wasn't even all that long ago, bro, if you think about it.
Yeah, and, the history, you know, like the history of man, that's been like just a small little imprint.
All right, let me catch up on chats here. Everyone's saying their hello. Seven says most women in the Western entitled women are just that, entitled. My mother had me when she was 47 years old. Damn. I'm the youngest. She should have. The Holy Bible told me this truly guide you through the life. I hear that. Seven. The Pie says, I did a few sports in high school, football, but also wrestling. I think football was pretty good because you can get the full force, rah, when you can tackle that competition in wrestling. Shalom's greeting, Pie. And yeah, like I agree with like Jocko Willings and honestly a lot of these like male these sort of male role models that are starting to come out more recently, in that you should be not only working out, but you should be doing some kind of a combat sport, you know, which is part of the reason why I'm doing boxing right now. And I'm loving it, man. And they're right, you know, absolutely. Like, not only is it like a good way to get aggression out and stuff like that, but like you walk around differently. You hold yourself differently when you know that you can defend yourself or like your loved ones and stuff like that, you know.
Yes,
so
very much so.
So there's a lot of perks to it that we should be considering. You know, like even my mom, like when I was growing up, my mom was very like anti-male, very anti-male. Anything that was like any somewhat masculine, she was just kind of against, you know, like she hated Mike Tyson because he was so violent and all kinds of violent sports and stuff like that. So, you know, I grew up in a pretty soft. I'm actually surprised that I grew up as well adjusted as I did, even though it took a long time.
Well, and
No.
I think that's the weird thing, because it's like, it's almost as if, and I'm not, it's like, since women have gotten softer, because my mom's kind of the same way. It's like, and I mean, I feel very much so the same way too. It's like, I don't like a whole bunch of violence and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I don't like seeing it necessarily, but it's like, I don't have a problem with it. Not the way that women have a problem with violence. And it's like, but since women have become so soft to it, it's like, it's caused society to become soft to violence.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was like saying, getting at earlier, was that like a lot of society seems to just go along with what women want, you know, what they think is the best. I mean, men basically do whatever they do to attract women. It's basically why we do anything that we do. It's to attract women, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, the reason why, and well, we know the reason why everything kind of goes that way is because it's like, well, women spend the most money. Like, dude, if we had enough guys together that would spend more money, then no one would care about what women want. I promise you. Like, if we were to turn the tides and somehow, like, guys all of a sudden just wanted to buy Lambos out the ass and shit like that, no one would care about OnlyFans. No one would care about 10. Either that or all of that shit would end up free.
See, and that's kind of where, like, what we're getting at, and that's why there's such a pushback against, like, the whole MGTOW movement, you know, is because men are starting to realize just, like, how almost impossible it is to satisfy most women these days. And again, like, you know, I say most women, I try to be very careful about that because, you know, kind of like you asked earlier that I forgot to get to, but when you were saying where are these women at, the ones that like are reasonable and stuff like that.
Yeah, the unicorns of the world.
They're out there, man. It's just like we got to start knowing where to look, and like we also got to know, like, you know, like for example, like churches and stuff like that. Like we got to look away from the women, from the ladies and stuff like that are the loudest, because it's always the loudest ones that you want to look away from. You know, and Absolutely. If you think about it, the women that we're looking for are the kind of, you know, soft, submissive, you know, like very feminine, friendly types, aren't the loud ones. You're not going to hear them hooting and hollering, you know.
Oh, no, and I mean, I guess it's, my whole thing is, because it's going down the rabbit hole with each woman. That's the difficult part. Because it's like you end up finding something you like, but there's always some stuff that you're not gonna like.
Right.
I personally don't have a problem taking, like, I wouldn't even know how to put it in the word. Well, no, I guess, like, yeah, the best way to put it would be like, I don't mind taking like a bad chick or something, like, not bad as in like, oh, she looks, you know, and all this. I mean like bad as in like, okay, she might have some characteristics people don't necessarily like.
Yeah. All right, okay. I'll touch on that real quick. Let me catch up on chat. The Pie says, I miss the days of boxing where you have them really beating the stuffing out of each other. I think the last time I personally saw a good few fights was Lennox Lewis or Wildemar Klitschko. Is that how I said that? Yeah, those are some older ones. That was back a few decades ago. You know, like I'm not into boxing itself. Like I don't really watch it. Like I watch it for like analyzation, like, you know, to like make myself a better boxer. But I don't really like follow it. And it's a new thing for me. You know, it's only within the last couple years, and I just kind of follow what my coach does. You know, what my coach teaches me. What's going on, Maverick? I love you too, my cuz. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
But yeah, you were saying you'd be willing to take a bad chick. Like, what do you mean? Like, as far as like someone who's like damaged or something?
No, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say that's the best way to put it, but like, you know, a woman with characteristics that aren't necessarily the most enjoyable to be around, and take the time to understand why she's like that.
Okay, so like what do you mean, for example?
Well, most women I'm around nowadays, it's like everybody's bipolar. What's the other one? Borderline personality disorder.
Oh, yeah, a lot of narcissism.
Yeah,
A
it's
lot
just
of
like,
narcissism in our ladies these days.
oh yeah. And it's like they're more than happy to put that title on it, like,
Hmm.
or oh, I have borderline personality disorder or whatnot. And it's like, why would you want to be, like, why would you want that to be how you're identified or how you're known as? Like, oh, that's your name tag, kind of.
Yeah, I hear that, and like I say that all the time too. And honestly, those are just the ladies that I don't even like fuck with, man. I don't even give them the time of day. Like the moment they're like, oh, I had this, or like, I'm on like some kind of medication for antidepressants, so I'm like, I walk away because I'm just like, it's not worth it, bro. It's not. And
Very
like,
true.
I'm to a point where I'm like, because I guess it's because I did this with my ex. We kind of did it with each other. I'm not gonna just say it was just her, but like we were both kind of damaged and like we trauma bonded and like, we healed together, and then like kind of once we were healed, it was over, But the thing that got me is that like it's almost a chore at that point, really. Because
Yeah.
like you got a lady coming in and she has all these issues and stuff like that, and you're trying to be the white knight, the knight in shining armor that they try to teach us how to be. And it's like, oh yeah, I'll take care of you, lean on my shoulder, tell me all your problems, this and this and that. And like there's nothing wrong with being there for your lady, but it's like I'm not your therapist. I've gotten to
Oh,
that.
absolutely.
I've gotten to that point where I'm like, if you need help, I ain't here for it. I got too much shit going on, So go pay for a therapist. You you just launched the shit out of that dog. Yeah? I was like, go pay for a therapist. I ain't trying to be that therapist anymore. I ain't trying to save nobody.
Very
Like,
true. Oh, you don't want to be Captain Save a Ho no more?
oh hell no, bro, hell no. I've done that, and like and like I said, even though like things weren't terrible with Marissa, they definitely could have been far worse. That was still like it was such a headache. Having to constantly like reassure her of everything and like constantly like make sure like every one of her needs were met, make sure she had just enough attention, and it was always changing, bro. It was always like I would give her enough attention for a while, and then she'd be annoyed with me because of the attention, and then like I'd pull back, and then she'd want more attention, and I'm like, bro, like what the fuck, I can't make you happy. I can't, no matter what I do. And that's kind of what I feel like it comes down to with like I said, those ladies that put those kind of labels on. And like I said, once they start telling me that kind of stuff, I'm just like, yeah, I check out. I'm like, you're not the one for me.
No,
And
I
then
agree. And I don't mind experimenting. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm ready for an invite,
okay.
I don't, like I said, I don't mind going down the rabbit hole with it for a little bit, but it's like once you've seen enough to know what you need to, like make your definitive answer, then I kind of dip out.
Yeah, I hear that. Let me see. The Pi or Seven says, love Manny Pacquiao fights, Mister. I mean, Manny Pacquiao was good, and he was real good. I hope he doesn't try to come back again. But yeah, he was very entertaining to watch. There's quite a few people. Roberto Duran is probably one of my favorite ones to watch right now, and he's old school. He was boxing like the year that I was born. But he seems to be one of my coach's favorites, and he's starting to become one of my favorites as well. The Pi says, oh man, the narcissism is off the charts for sure. Yeah, they treat their problems as an excuse and not something that is a problem, wearing it almost like a badge of honor. Yep. Hot sauce is not personally trait, people. Right? Hot sauce is not a person. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. There's a lot of that, and that's one thing that I see. But again, I have to say, like, deep down in my heart, I really feel like that's just the loud majority of these ladies. It's really not. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the loud minority, and it's not the majority of them.
Okay, I was gonna say that's the problem though if it's the majority.
No, yeah, my fault. No, it's that it's the loud minority that we're hearing all the time. And again, the ones that we are looking for, kind of like us as men, how we're quiet, not really making a hoopla and stuff like that. Those are the ladies. And oh, I was gonna tell you too. Blizz, it's like I'm really starting to lean onto this fact. I don't know if you've heard this idea or anything, but you attract what you are. If that makes any sense, you know what I'm saying? So like, once you start just working on yourself and becoming like a better person, eventually you're gonna start attracting better, more healed people. So that's That's how I believe we're gonna find these kind of ladies. It's just by like working on ourselves, and eventually they're gonna start coming to us. And like, I've kind of noticed it already, you know, like, it's not really the ladies that I'm wanting yet, but like I'm starting to get a lot of attention from ladies, and like I'm even starting to be like, you know, like not entertaining them anymore. Some of them, because I'm just like I ain't got time for you anymore, you know.
I wish I could say this. Well, no, I could kind of say the same. It's more or less they're just not my type. Like, not.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
The Pi says, yeah, not the happy story, but is often good in these people. And one of those stories is my cousin's now deceased suicide ex-wife, remarried now. She was really amazing when she had stuff together. But a legitimate mental problem led to her end, while his brother's wife hit her insanity for years and then just jumped full force into crazy after the kid. Divorce and restraining order on her now. So I looked good, faked it for a while, don't know the truth on it. But it's out there sometimes. The gamble is worth it, but it is a gamble. Yeah? I mean, that's a lot to digest, you know? But, yeah, there's a lot of guys right now who aren't even looking to get married anymore. And that's kind of a problem. It's kind of a big problem for us as a society, you know? So right now, Blizz, I'm trying to figure out, like, where to put everything. I'm kind of, you know, obviously I'm putting the food in here, and then there's like the tent across the way there that has like a bunch of like foot lockers I'm kind of dropping stuff in. But
Okay, I'm gonna put my stuff over there then.
yeah, but like here, like tomorrow morning, I figure we go and like grab a bunch of stuff, start making some boxes, you know, things of that nature.
No, sounds good to me.
All right. The Pi says, yeah, why would they commit if you're not committing to your, to it yourself? Why would they commit if you're not committing to it yourself? The whole working together, etc. Yeah.
Well, especially in nowadays world, it's like some people are still in the world of marriage, for marriage and love and all that, and then other people are just in the world of marriage for a come up.
Yep.
It's not necessarily what it used to be way back when.
Oh no.
And one of my theories has always been, because like I always like to say, especially after like World War II and stuff like that, people saw shit. You know, like people actually saw people dying. So actually being close to someone had value. It meant something.
Right.
In nowadays world, it doesn't carry that same value because, and I'm not saying we need a war to experience that, but it's like people don't have the same caliber of care for anything anymore.
Yeah, you know, and I kind of touch on that when I talk to people about like my deployment and stuff like that. You know, when they ask me what's like the biggest thing I took away, and it was like seeing people live in a truly third world country really opened my eyes to what life is like for us here, you know. And
yeah,
it's kind of like, you know, like you said, people just get spoiled. They get comfortable. And it's like the more you give people, the more comfortable they get, the more they want to complain about they don't have.
And it should always be the complete opposite. And
Absolutely.
I've never understood that because it's like, I know if someone was to give me something, I'm going to be grateful.
Mm-hmm.
But not everyone can have that same mentality. And it's just so weird to know that, like, the same way someone could save your life, you would be grateful. But the same way someone could save someone else's life, they just sit there. So that's how you're going to do it. You're not going to.
Well, I mean,
you know, like,
you know, there's the whole like, you know, you've learned when you give CPR, you have to get someone's permission, or like not CPR, but the Heimlich maneuver. You see someone choking, and before you can go save their life, you have to get their permission. And there've been people who have sued other people for like giving them the Heimlich maneuver or CPR, and then like they broke their ribs doing it. And it's like, I saved your life, but you're suing me because you got a couple broken ribs now.
Wow. I guess you learn something new every day. I know I've successfully given someone the Heimlich maneuver, and I would say she would be very happy to still be here.
Yeah, you would think, but there's people that are like, yeah, you know, if I mean you saved their life, and then they'll sue you because you hurt them during the process or something. It's insanity, bro. Seven
Okay.
says most of the loud Western entitled women boast about body count so sad. Oh my God, don't even get me started on that. If your body count is higher than the angel of death, you're not wifey material. True fact and amen. Pi says agreed. Have a body count is not exactly something to be proud of. No, not even. No, and honestly, like even for men, like I know they, like one of men's ability or like something that like people judge men on is like their ability to attract women, but I can say as like someone I've slept with a fair, good amount of women in my time, and like most of them I kind of regret, and like I would take back if I could. I was just kind of doing it because I thought that is what I wanted, and I thought that was like the ultimate goal, but then when I was done, I was like, and like when I do think about like how many ladies I've slept with, I'm like, I'm not necessarily proud of it. So it's what's up?
Oh, I didn't know if my alarm ran through on your side.
Oh yeah, you're good. The Pie says, yeah, you eventually grow to regret the steps that led you to nowhere. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way to put it. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Bliss?
I actually very much so agree. There's been quite a few women that I've slept with as well that's like you kind of feel really dirty or whatnot afterwards. And
Yeah.
I would have been better off playing video games or something.
Exactly. Them wasting all this time and this money, and then like, I can't tell you the number of times that I walked away. Like you said, you just feel dirty, you feel empty, and it's like I always thought as being a boy, this is kind of part of being raised by women, was that like I thought that's what I was supposed to do, was just get laid, and like I really thought that men didn't have feelings, and like we weren't supposed to like think about stuff like that, we were just supposed to get it done and leave, But it took me a long time before I realized, I was like, that's just not right, man. Like even when I do get laid, when I do get what I want, 9 times out of 10, I wouldn't say, well, yeah, 9 times out of 10, that it's like, did I really enjoy that,
Yeah. Well, typically it's like, I don't know, I feel like people, like, because you don't necessarily connect with everyone you have intercourse with.
Right.
And so my whole thing is, especially when you really don't connect with someone, that's always awkward.
All right. Hey, let's go back, head back. Let's get some, like the forge and stuff like that. Start setting that up here.
Okay, give me 1 second. I've stepped away for just a second.
Oh, no, take your time. But you're saying that, it's the ones that you don't connect with, so say that again?
Yeah, it's like, because I feel like everyone, I wouldn't say you have your set of people, but like, like when you do, like when you do it, you do feel like some level of connection.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I understand that some guys will say, well, it's not about, like having a connection or anything like that, but it's like we are, I wouldn't even know how to put it into words at that point, but it's like I feel like humans are designed to have some level of connection in order to do stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly are, and it's like, I mean, not just as much because, obviously women tend to suffer a lot more consequences for being promiscuous, but like, even like, let's say like you do practice safe and like, you don't get women pregnant and you don't get like STDs and stuff like that. Every time you're sleeping with a woman, you mess around with a woman, you're sharing part of yourself with her, a really deep, intimate part.
Yeah, and some guys don't even see it like that. Some guys just see it as, oh no, it's just, like me entering you, enjoying myself, and, that's it.
Right. But that's kind of like, how that's kind of how a lot of us were just kind of brought up to be, and like, especially because like I know that's kind of what I was brought up. I mean, I guess I was told that about men so much that I just kind of believed that about myself, was that like that's all I wanted, was just to get the rock,
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say, sometimes it's the way you're brought up, but also it's kind of what adult films have done to people too.
Yeah.
Like, it's gotten crazy.
They've definitely desensitized us to it.
Yeah, it's not like the vanilla stuff. Like I remember being just excited as a kid. Well, not as a kid, but you know what I mean. But like being a younger person and being able to find something where it was like, oh, two girls or something like that. But now
Oh
it's
yeah.
like, oh, you want to see a girl get choked out, and it's like, dude, what the fuck? Where did we go with this shit? Like,
Yeah,
who wants this shit?
all kinds of crazy shit, right? The
Yeah.
pie says, not just in women, but also just in life opportunities. He says, obviously hindsight's 2020, as they say, but looking at these choices as part of how we choose next time. We're a social creature and we join into social groups for the mating ritual. It is very much a one-on-one when it comes to it. We have jealousy, greed, and moderation for a reason. Mating rituals, I mean marriage, more than the actual act in the statement. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I hear that, you know, and it's like, if you look in the wild, really, like, there's definitely far more examples of the males not being monogamous, you know, and the women being monogamous, and it makes sense why that would be. But at the same time, you know, I really don't think that, like, dudes should be running around hoeing themselves around. You know, really, when it comes down to it, if you're gonna be sleeping or messing around with anybody, have some kind of connection with them. You know, don't just be like someone you jump into the sack with. You know, at least know them. You know, a little bit, have some kind of feeling for them. You don't like have to be like madly in love or anything like that, but at least be some. Here's my rule when it comes to sleeping with a woman: I will not stick my penis in a lady that I'm not willing to have a baby with.
I'm going to disagree with you there, but to each his own.
Yeah, and I mean that's fine. You can disagree, and you can disagree all up until you have a baby with the wrong woman.
Touche. Well, oh, excuse me. I've been lucky so far. So,
Yeah, and I mean, you know, same here. I've been very fortunate, thank God. But you know, it only takes that one slip up, and you know, there's pretty diabolical women out there, you know, especially when like you start getting to a point where you can start taking care of yourself and a family. You start getting resources. Men these days are becoming a very easy target for that kind of stuff, you know, which is why a lot of us are like walking away from marriage, but ladies are finding other way. I mean, they're even, for example, like in the NBA, they're telling like their recruits or whatever, the people that are coming on there, they're like, hey, if you sleep with a lady, make sure you flush the condom, make sure there's no kind of sample of you left anywhere, because
oh my God, thank you so much.
yep.
Thank you for saying that. Because there's one thing I do want to bring up that I thought was stupid as fuck. But since we're, you know, this is gonna be the channel, this is gonna be a fucking channel. When Drake put hot sauce in his
Oh my
condom,
God.
I thought that was the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Right?
And I mean, at this point, it's on YouTube. It Blitzkrieg 1313. Like, it's attached to me. But what I'm saying is, I think that's you flush it. Every single time I flushed it.
Mm-hmm.
NBA players are told to flush it. So
Yeah.
so why did he do that? Is that just for was it just for attention?
No, I mean, it was to kill the sperm.
I don't think hot sauce
suppose.
necessarily does that.
I don't know. I would think again, like, not only that, but there was proof that the proof of what she did.
That's very true too. She's stupid. It's stupid on her part too. But
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just like, bro, why did you just flush the condom and then none of that would have ever happened?
I hear you. You're saying it's unnecessary.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like it's just made for controversy.
Mm-hmm. I hear that. Yeah, and it's not something I would do, but like I hear you. I can't say I hate the dude for it. I mean, he caught her, right?
Very true. Well, I mean, I guess if you already suspect her of something and you want to be petty about it, shit. I mean, I'd do the same thing.
Well, I don't even know. Like, I don't know what the whole story is.
Yeah.
I don't know what the whole story is. I don't know if it's like petty or if it's just like he just wanted to make sure. I don't know what it was, but I mean, you do have a good point. Like, why didn't he just flush it? But you know, maybe he wanted to catch her. I don't know.
But that would be like I said, that'd be my next question. Catch her,
and maybe like honestly, like maybe he doesn't even think about flushing it. Like someone could have just gave him the idea, put hot sauce in it. But I think, you know, kind of the bigger question is why is she taking a used condom and shoving it inside of her? You know what I mean? Like saying that about Drake is kind of like giving her the pass, you know?
She gets no pass from me either. I think it's just stupid that she would be that desperate.
Yeah, oh yeah. But kind of like what you did right now is kind of like what happens to men in general. Like you see, we see this issue. We see this lady going in a roundabout way to get herself pregnant by a rich guy, and then we go immediately to blaming him for something.
Very true. And I mean, I did like.
And I'm sure you
put it like that. It's not like I intentionally came at him like that. I just thought it was very.
And I'm sure you didn't mean it like that. And like I said, I agree with you. I do,
Right.
but it's like, you know, let's start blaming the women for this shit. You know, it's like, why is she sticking a used condom inside of her? You know, like clearly they had intercourse. She allowed him inside of her. She knew that he had a condom on. She knew it was bad. And like we all know why she did it. You know, because she wanted a famous baby.
Yeah. And I would have felt so bad for that child because he would have had a horrible. It would have been. I felt like it would have been a situation where she would have used everything in her power against Drake because she doesn't have money and he does.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole point of it. Like, I mean, there's really no other reason that she would have done something like that, other than wanting the money.
Right.
You know, when it comes like down to 100%, that's really all it comes down to is just the money.
No one wants to work anymore. I think that's really sad.
Let me see. The pie says, yeah, things can grow and change. Events may lead to more. Yeah, the whole thing is nuts, but it does show how far people are willing to go to ignore multiple parts of a thing and achieve a ridiculous end goal. And then 7 says, yes, Mr. M, it's called soul ties, very bad and leaving you empty plus bonding with someone you don't love. Biblical law is written in Hebrews 13:4, marriage is honorable in all and the bed unidentified. Wait, undefiled, my bad, not unidentified. Undefiled. Yeah, I hear that. You know, like I said, I'm not really that knowledgeable about the scriptures yet. You know, I have been like studying a little bit more. I've been reading. I've been trying to understand it. Can't say I fully agree with it though. You know, a lot of it, I definitely have questions. I definitely have my reservations. Johnny says might not kill the swimmers, but it makes man snatching a painful lesson. There you go. Like I said, if nothing else, she learned and they caught her, you know, and she got called out for being the trifling hoe that she is. Which is, you know, I don't know why no one's mad at her about it, you know. That's kind of the bullshit about it.
Well, the thing is that she's just gonna do it to someone else.
Yeah, well, I mean now hopefully her name's out there, and hopefully some other dude will be smart, and that's kind of, you know, a lot of what I've been getting at more recently with my stuff is that men just need to learn how to be men. And we, like, a lot of the societal issues that we have is just us trying to please women. Is really what it comes down to. And we just need to start, like, focusing more on us, what we know is right, what we know we need to do. And, you know, and honestly, a little bit of self-control, too. You know, because just because you can't go around fucking anything you want doesn't mean you shouldn't.
Very true. Well, I also think it's almost like ever since that song, like anything you can do, I can do better type shit. It's like almost as if guys are in a sense competing with women since women have access to instant gratification and all that shit.
Well, see, and here's like, it's kind of the opposite. It's like it's always been women competing with men. You know, because if you hear them all, like basically all especially this new age feminism stuff, they like all the rights, all the quote unquote things that they want to be able to do is what men of high status can generally do. And here's the way that I put it, you know, because like women want to get all upset because we call them whores for being whores, right? But it's like the reason why you get looked down on for being a whore is because getting sex is easy for you. You know, like when you're a woman and like, you know, you can attest to this, Jamal, or I'm sorry, Blizz. But like being a lady means like even if a dude doesn't like you, he can hate your guts and he'll still fuck you.
Okay. Very true.
You know, so like It's kind of like the same reason why a dude who goes around beating a woman's ass is looked down on. It's because it'd be easy for a man to beat a woman's ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also a sense of just a simple well, I personally just think it's nasty. Well, I mean, everyone's gonna think it's nasty, but it's just the simple main fact that, like you said, since it's so easy and it's like, why would you not have self-control over something that's easy?
Right. All right, I got a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna go back and build a few crates.
Okay.
All right, you can like gather stuff or kind of do whatever. I need a lot of nitrate powder.
I can grab that. Oh, if you want, I can stay here and mine that, or it's up to you.
It's your call, whatever you feel like doing. I'm just gonna set up some boxes, and then we gotta start getting ready for the next horde.
Shit, yeah, I'll put all my stuff in this container and I'll start mining.
Sounds good. I'm gonna head back and build those boxes. Be ready in no time. You want to start mining towards the new base, so we can eventually link them up.
It said it's due south, right?
Let me see, from us it's like southwest. Do you not have a bed over there?
Not yet. I have my bed still over here.
Okay.
Okay, I still see the base, but yeah, I've already been going out of the city. It's gonna take a minute, but
oh yeah, it's gonna take a long time, but yeah, let's do it. I'm down.
Shit, at that point we might need to just get an auger.
Let's do it. I don't know how to do that.
We might be able to buy one.
Oh yeah, I'll check the vendors when I'm done building these boxes. Catch up on check it real quick. The pie says, very true. Got to get self-control, confidence back. Nothing wrong with being helpful and nice, but no need to stop backing up every time the finger starts waggling, because usually it's a forked tongue. That's a little cryptic for me. I think you may have to explain that one, Pie. Anymore, and it's just going to result in more and worse later. Then 7 says, most women should know if they have a true spiritual problems, they only need one man who could truly fix them and find the real solution, the man, the Savior, Lord Christ. Amen. Yeah, kind of like I said, 7. I mean, again, as much as, I believe in God and stuff like that in the Bible, it's not for everybody. And I'm kind of trying to find more of a solution for everybody. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why. Oh, that's why I was gonna say. That's why I say I'm more spiritual than anything, because it's like Christianity has somewhat hard set guidelines, and that's nothing against anybody who wants to follow those, but it's like I don't necessarily also want to hold myself to those.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. And like I said, and that's kind of like. Even like, Maverick had mentioned it the other day, because like I had mentioned something about if we take God out of the equation, he's like, well, I'll never do that. I'm like, well, I mean, I will, because I know there's people who think like that. And, if we're trying to reach like the masses and actually figure out, some problems, we kind of have to think in all different directions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's one of the biggest problems too, because it's like, I would never want to be so single-minded or like tunnel vision, where it's like, okay, what you're doing is obviously wrong or not necessarily the best of what you could be doing, but you're doing it because of insert reason here.
Right. Yeah, and I don't necessarily think it's all like that, but I'm like, even though I am a Christian, I do understand that there's a good amount of non-Christians out there, and like, the whole I know what it's like to have like Jesus shoved down your throat. You know what I mean? It's not pleasant. So I'm like, that's definitely what I want to try to avoid. I don't want to be like, I don't want to hide my faith by any means, but I also don't want to hide behind it either. That's a bad way to put it. I don't say it like anyone's hiding behind it, but it's like, I understand that like we still live in this world, Where should I put this forge? I'm gonna find a place for it. The pie says, LOL, I was just saying men need to start being men again, and we need to stop bending over for the new age ridiculousness caused because it just leads to more problems. Yeah, and that's kind of what, like, I mean, you said it, I've said it, Blizz has said it. Like, it comes down to, like, men just need to be men. Blizz's example is more directly, like, aimed at simps, that at these men who bend over backwards for women in particular, because they think that they're goddesses and that they're always right and they need to be treated like whatever the hell.
Oh,
And it's
bro,
like,
if you want, you could check. Oh, sorry to cut you off there, but if you check the TwitchCon of this year or last year now, but it's like you have fucking I forget what the Amaranth. She's fucking sitting there fucking Captain Morganing on fucking dudes, and they're letting her do it. And I'm like, bro, come on now, really? It's like no guy has a, and it's like some of them were like weak, lanky looking dudes, but you had some like dudes I question, and it's just like, but why are you doing this? Like, what power does she have over you besides having a vagina? And that being something you don't have.
Exactly. And it's like men for so long, you know, it's like when we're not taught by other men what we need to be looking for in a woman, that's what happens, you know, we just think with our dicks. And it's just like Robin Williams said, and I know it's a joke, but it's honestly, it's legit, man. It's like God gave us two heads and only enough blood to think with one of them at a time. Because I will tell you, man, the penis will make you do things that, like, just insane things. And then you won't even realize it until, like, you know, you've gotten your rock off, and it's like, oh, fuck, what did I do, you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of why that's why we need men to start teaching other men to be like, hey, it's not, you know, it's not all about that. You need to be vetting these ladies. You need to understand that there's ladies out here that are looking to get stuff out of you that you may not necessarily want to give them, you know? And especially in our Western world right now, the laws are definitely, they highly lean towards women. They highly favor women in just about all respects, you know?
Well, that's one of my biggest fears of why I don't want to have start a family and stuff, because it's like kind of like you said, you could end up with the wrong chick. That's a game over. You're kind of stuck with her if you have a baby with her, unless you wanna. I'm not gonna say that because that would be fucked up.
No, go ahead and say it.
I was gonna say unless you want to push her down a flight of stairs, then you're going to jail. But I mean. Consequence,
well, I mean,
cause and effect.
Yeah, you know, these days women are not all that opposed to abortion. I mean, it used to be where that was like a 4-letter word. You even mentioned that to a lady and they would freak out. But these days, now it's almost like, man, I saw someone was having like a debate with Pearl. She was like on a panel with a bunch of ladies, and she was talking about how basically 1 in 4 women who have gotten abortion have gotten at least 2, if not more. And it's like, you know, it's starting to be proof that it's more of they're using it like a birth control, you know what I'm saying? And as soon as she said that,
birth control?
Was that?
Instead of just getting birth control?
Yeah, and instead of all the other forms of contraceptives that we have available, yeah, they decide to use abortion as birth control. And that's the whole reason, like, you know, yeah, exactly. I mean, 100% is just laziness.
Okay. I'm sorry to keep cutting you off. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're hearing me, and I wish I wasn't saying it, but yeah, and they were cheering these ladies on when she said that. They were like, oh, good for her, good for them, they should get more. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And like, you know, here we are. What's up?
I was gonna say, so we're kind of just in an age where it's like everything essentially is kind of on its ass, like backwards.
Yeah, it really is, you know, it's like, man, kind of like that whole rat experiment you brought up to me that one day when I told you, when I kind of poo-pooed it, but then I looked into it and I was like, no, bro, this is legit, the Rat Society thing.
Yeah, and it's like Universe 13 or something like that.
Yeah. I was like, I looked it up on YouTube and I was like, bro, and it's scary, man. Like, even though we're not rats, we're not gonna be put in that situation. I was like, it's not far off, you know. And one of the scariest things to me was that the mothers were forgetting how to be mothers, you know.
Yeah.
They were getting so stressed out that they didn't know how to take care of their babies, and they would regularly abandon them. And I'm like, that's
they just grew up in a situation where it's like essentially where unless you were like, and in the rat situation, it was like you know, survival of the fittest kind of situation. So unless you were the biggest rat, you weren't going to necessarily survive. And I think that's sad because it's like that's kind of the world we do live in, where it's like not the biggest rat per se, but it's like unless you have the means to survive and provide for someone else almost by default, you're almost set up to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Let me see. Seven says, spiritual is the problem. You're not in the image of an evolved monkey, but made by the divine image of God. If men and women think they're just animals, they act like animals. Laws of God are true and pure, separate from the animals. Amen. I mean, that's one way to look at it. There's definitely one way to look at it. You know, I don't know. Like I said, I can't take that hard of a stance because I truly do believe that humans are primal. We definitely have animal instincts in us. So to completely detach us,
I'd have to disagree as well because I wouldn't necessarily say we're not monkeys, but we are mammals. And I think mammals altogether have some level of commonality.
Yep. Yeah, we definitely do. You know, I mean, like, and you know, we use it in the sense of like, you know, when we talk about reproduction. You know, because they say like, you know, every mammal species out there has a male and female, you know, yada yada yada. So it's like, yeah, we're not animals. We're definitely not that far off. I don't think. You know, and it's part of what makes us sinners too. About makes us natural born sinners is that we do have these animal instincts to us.
Well, and I mean, you also have to look at like how animals act. It's like they're so curious. So it's like everything about the world they want to indulge in. Like I don't think if like a tiger was able to be a person, I don't think he'd act any differently than us. Or in any animal for that regard. It's like you're just put in this world with so much curiosity and no one tells you how to do anything. And I was gonna ask, do you have repair kits?
I just took them all back. What do we need for those? Yeah, I don't. Oh, shit, I'll run back and grab some. Do you need a?
I'll go with you.
Okay.
But yeah, you're kind of put in this world where it's like, hey, yo, figure it out for yourself. And it's like, I don't think that's why I don't really have any, like, I love my parents, but, you know, it's like, I don't have any hate for them understanding the world more as it's like, okay, no one really knows what the fuck's going on here. Right. We're all just trying to figure it out ourselves and just doing the best we can. So it's like, you can't really, critique anybody about the way they move about things. Now, certain people I'd say, yeah, just deserve the most, but it's, you know, like I think people just trying to live day to day, you gotta kind of just give them what it, you know, like by going about things the right way.
Live and let live. And you know what's funny is that even though we're kind of like arguing, or not arguing, but like having a little disagreement and stuff, we're really like not all that far off because it's like, you know, I think you would probably agree, right? That we have dominion over the world, right? Us as humans.
Yeah.
Like over the animals and stuff like that. Like they were put here for us to use. You know what I'm saying? For like.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but yeah, no, I would say we kind of are at the top of the food chain. Yeah.
Yeah, so fair. I mean, so there's definitely something that separates us from animals.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really all that much, to be honest with you. Just besides the fact that we have like opposable thumbs and we have a higher level of, and with some animals we really don't even have a higher level of like conscious, you know, like control of our brain.
What do you mean?
Like dolphins and stuff are smart as shit. I think dolphins are actually have like, because I think we talked about this where we have like access to 10 or 15% of our brain.
Yeah.
And I think dolphins have like, it's either like 20 or something like that.
Yeah, I do hear dolphins are really intelligent, dolphins and whales and stuff like that. I struggle to believe that they're anywhere near as intelligent as people are.
Well, and I say this but jokingly, but not really, but it's like wait till you get in the water with them.
Well, I mean, that's a little different story, you know, because it's like, that's like saying, like, a tiger's not as smart as a human, but you put me in a cage with a tiger and I'm not gonna outsmart it, you know what I mean? Like, You're taking the
No,
human
no,
out of its element.
yeah, but I mean, like, I guess the comparison I was trying to get at would be more or less it's like not even putting you in a cage with a tiger where it's like, oh, fend for yourself, where it's like, no, it's just, I think if you were to be like, if you were able to survive in the water like for a year or something like that, and you could go about really studying dolphins and understanding what they do, you really kind of be amazed that, oh wow, these motherfuckers smart.
No, and like I'll give you that. Because honestly, I think that of like all animals, you know, because like I mean, you know how much I'm into bugs and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
it's, you know, I just see the intelligence that they have that people just take for granted. You know, people don't give them enough credit for. So I see what you're saying there, but it's like to compare that intelligence to a human's intelligence, because like, okay, so you say like, you know, like dolphins are super smart and stuff like that, and wait until you get into the water, but bring them out of the water and see how they handle it.
I mean, but that I wouldn't necessarily say that uh um comparable because it's like, and that's what I'm saying, like if you could live in the water with them then you kind of see what they're about,
Hmm.
but it's like you can't necessarily take them out of the water because that would be killing them. But
Right.
now let's say a dolphin grew legs and you have like a merman or mermaid kind of situation. I think it would end up being something like oh, let me give this to you. But it'd be something where they would be able to match your intelligence if not be smarter than you.
You
Just
think
because
so,
they
huh?
have more control of their brain.
Ooh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, see, like, my opinion on that is like, I think if they had that capability, they would have done it already. Like, regardless of whether they're in the land or water or anything like that, you know, like, because my thing is that, like, you know, humans' superpowers are that we can basically adapt to anything. And like people don't give people enough credit for that kind of stuff, you know. And like I'm not saying that, like, you know, because they, I mean, they're super intelligent creatures. Don't get me wrong, you know, like I give them every amount of credit that I do, and like I would not want to be face to face in the water with one because I know they would, like, that's just not my element, you know, that's their element.
Right.
But when it comes down to it, like toe to toe, like they don't stand a chance against humans, you know. Like if we wanted to, we could wipe them out tomorrow. They wouldn't be able to do anything. Was it?
I said very true. Well, at that point, I think the only thing that would like stand a chance against people would be like AI or some shit like that.
Yeah, that's kind of going down a whole other route, and like I know there's a big debate about that too, whether, you know, people think that AI is really a threat or not. I kind of lean towards I don't think it is as much as people realize. I think if anything, we're more in danger of there being a glitch and something going wrong that way.
Yeah.
All right, so let me catch up on chat real quick. Humans have proven, look at the prison, that gives enough lack of civility or something similar, become quite wild and savage, and rehabilitation from this is difficult. However, we tend to break and become despondent more than the animals, meaning definitely something different in my opinion. Then 7 says, like I say, spiritual is the problem, you're not animal. That's the knowledge of sin and practice of sins. I'm talking about humans made in the image of God. Have you seen Monkey make an AI supercomputer? You would have to teach the monkeys, but who taught us? We figured it out through our dreams and design and engineering, right? Where did it come from? Yeah, and that's kind of like I said, 7. I don't think we're all that far off from each other, you know, because both Blizz and I agree that there is something that sets us apart. It's just like how much set apart are we? And then that's kind of where, like, okay, you know, when I saw Jesus the other day, when I had my vision, you know, and it's weird for me to say that out loud, honestly, because I sound like a madman. But like when I had that vision and I asked Jesus, I was like, what do I need to be doing? He said, you know what you need to be doing and what you need to be doing. And basically what I need to be doing is talking more about him, talking more about these subjects, and really kind of breaking away from the details. You know, it's kind of like that whole thing, like, is like, you know, we start getting stuck in the small, because like, you know, I think Blizz and I, like, even though we don't have the same beliefs, our beliefs kind of align very similarly. And it's like, if we start getting stuck in the details, be like, well, yeah, this may be true, and that, but that's not. Then it's like, then we start arguing about little things, little non-important things, you know. The Pi says, definitely our superpower, as you say, is definitely we have the tools and combination of physical ability, mental focus, and ability to contemplate, etc. to what we do. And then 7 says, where did poetry or music or books or art come from? Inspiration from the gods. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's one theory. You know, there's another theory that says that humans developed a higher brain function because of shrooms, because of psychedelic shrooms. Have you heard about that, Bliss?
No.
Yeah, there's a book. I forgot who it was, but he put out this book. It's called the Food of the Gods, and basically it talks about how humans, as we evolved, you know, because like let's say that we were at like a more Neanderthal stage, you know, closer to monkeys or whatever, closer to like primal animals. The herds that we would follow, like the herds of like bison and stuff like that, would leave like droppings, and then the mushrooms would grow from that, and then, you know, humans would start eating it, and then eventually that's kind of what awoke in their that inner, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like the higher brain function, you know?
Okay.
Kind of a far-fetched theory, but I was like, was that?
Pineal gland.
Say that one more time.
The pineal gland.
The pineal gland, is that, what's that?
Oh, like your third eye?
Oh, okay, I'll have to look into that one. But yeah, like basically that's kind of what woke up whatever it was in our brain that was like, oh, you know, it gave us these higher functions. It allowed us to like create tools and stuff like that. Again, you know, maybe a far-fetched theory, but I was like, it's something interesting.
I mean, I don't know. Shrooms have definitely given a good influence, and I've thought of some really out-of-the-box shit under the influence of shrooms, so...
Yeah, fair enough.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Fair enough. It's something I'd have to do more research on and stuff like that, but I'm like, you know, really, I truly believe that the truth lies somewhere in the middle. And kind of like I said, we're all just kind of getting caught up on the details a little bit too much, you know. Where did that airdrop go?
Oh, I've already grabbed the
Oh,
airdrop.
okay, good. Was it anything good?
I put it all in one of those chests. I was just trying to in and out to grab the repair kits.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I was just looking what to do. I'm gonna go do like a couple missions because we need a lot more coins.
Oh, I'll go with you.
All right.
Let me gear up though, because I don't have any arrows or anything.
All right, I'm gonna need arrows too and stuff, and like some food. So yeah, we should probably wait until the next day. When's the next Horde night gonna be?
42.
Okay,
so 5 days.
We got some time then. 7 says, does monkey have visions of change? Now I want to evolve into human, be a better version of monkey, or are we humans waiting to change spiritually to have a better, higher value instead of just greed and sex, etc.? I don't know. That's a big question. You know, I've never been a monkey, so I don't know how monkeys think. I wasn't there during the evolution stage, if that is what happened. The Pi says, LOL reminds me of the Family Guy episode where Peter and Lois get baked and they think they're making amazing music while Chris watches them just shouting, ah, ah. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember that when they get high as shit and they're like, ah, ah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty deep and it gets, you know, it gets real trippy. It can get people real heated too once you start getting into this kind of stuff. You know, what do you think, Blizz? Because like I know you think that there's like another level of ascension for us, yeah?
Yeah, I would think we're kind of like on the bottom. And that's why everything seems so amazing to us. Like, I know I said this maybe a couple streams back, but it's like comparable to God or whatnot, where it's like anything we would do, he could see in seconds, and it would be like that would take us lifetimes to build and stuff like that.
Right. Right, but like my question to you is that do you feel like So, like, do you think that we've evolved from monkeys? Or some form of ape creature?
I wouldn't doubt it. I don't see why not. Like my whole thing is like if we do a lot of the same things monkeys do, except on a more sophisticated level, then what? Why would it even be a problem?
Yeah. Yeah, I for one, and I don't know why Christians get so upset, like, you know, about being, you know, saying that, you know, we did come from monkeys, and yeah, I was like, I really don't get what the big hoopla is, but you know, I've always thought, I was like, even if we did, like, so what? We're better than that now, like.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, you're not a monkey, so it's like,
Yeah, yeah, exactly,
why is it
and
hurting you?
that's what Seven here is saying. She said, or Seven says exactly, Mr. M. You've never been a monkey, amen. You're not an animal, Mr. M. Like, see, and I can't fully agree with that. You know, I can't fully agree with that because we all do have a primal instinct to it, and that's kind of like the theme of all my tattoos. You know, it may be on the surface, it may be all animals, but it's like I really do feel like we're more connected to this earth than a lot of people like to give us credit for. You know, and when I say the earth, there's a difference between the earth and the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a difference between like earthly stuff and worldly stuff. But you know, I truly believe that we're a lot more connected than people like to give us credit for. And I don't know, there's definitely times I feel like an animal.
Well, kind of like you said earlier, but the thing is like, what difference would it make? At the end of the day, you're not. And I think people think about it in such a bad way because it's like, well, the way people treat monkeys, yeah, I would not want to be a monkey, you know, or come from a monkey either. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing that could ever be, you know, like that could be possible.
Right. Yeah.
It could be way worse.
It could be much worse.
And do we have iron here?
I think I took it back. I probably shouldn't have. Oh, you know, I can make a bunch overnight.
Oh no, I just need enough to fix my armor.
Yeah, I'll make like, we can make 335. I'll just make it all.
Okay.
Yeah, I should probably check my armor too. The Pi says an interesting parallel between the various Judeo-Christian things and the beliefs from the Eastern cultures who embrace such animal aspects. Even Native Americans embraced animal aspects. Then Johnny says, as long as we would treat AI with common human decency, there would not be any issue, but we are not always so good at that. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, Johnny. And, you know, like I said, when it comes to AI, I don't know, like, you know, I think people getting scared that we're going to create something that's so much smarter than us is just kind of the hubris of mankind. Like, we think we're gods in that sense, you know. Like I said, if anything did come of AI, we had any kind of bad stuff, it would probably be because of a glitch. It would be because AI has a lot of control over a lot of things, and then there was someone put a wrong number in somewhere. They put a 00 instead of a 10, and then, like, you know, completely throws the matrix off. That's more what I'm worried about. The Pi says things like strength
Like
of a bear.
robot type shit.
Yeah, go. What'd you say?
Sorry to cut you off there, but like some iRobot type shit.
Not even that, like, that malicious. Just like, cause like, you know, like, I mean, just like a minor glitch. So like, say for example, like if there was an AI system that was in charge of a hospital that like controlled everyone's IV drips and stuff like that. Like if a maintenance man, or if like there was a little hiccup. Because, you know, every once in a while you got to turn off the system, restart it because there's hiccups and stuff. So, like, what if there's a hiccup that, like, gives everyone the wrong dosage and then, like, you know, a bunch of, like, that kind of shit.
Be such a horrible cover up.
Yeah, exactly. The Pi says things like strength of a bear or tiger, endurance of a horse, eyes of a hawk. Then 7 says that's the spiritual problem. We are trained to love, be more connected with the world, but know nothing about the kingdom of heaven. We must die. We enter the spiritual So where do we go? Why so many talk about life after right? We all die an appointment and we never miss. Where do we go? Yeah, see that? I mean, that I don't know. And I don't think anybody, I mean, really nobody knows. Really, the only people who do know can't tell us. You know.
Well, if you look at Final Fantasy VII, I'm just trolling. I'm just.
Honestly, bro, and like what I believe in, and it's kind of weird because like I'm a Christian and all that stuff, but it's like I truly believe something in more like Final Fantasy VII, where it's a deal where like we do have this life force about us, and like once we die, like our kind of like spiritual energy enters back into that whole life force thing, and that's kind of what's feeding not just the planet, but just like humankind in general, all the rocks, all the trees, all the creature, that kind of stuff.
That'd be very interesting.
And that's, I mean, honestly, I truly believe that's why we need to be good people, because in a sense we're kind of like batteries in that way, right? And like,
yeah, essentially powering the planet.
right, I mean, yeah, and maybe not so much the planet, because the world, I mean, like, with or without us, the world's gonna be here, so it's like we're not killing the planet, but what we are doing is it's almost like just like life in general, just like that whole idea of like God's in all of us, so we have to do whatever we can to take care of these bodies, these temples, in order to make sure that when we pass on, what we leave behind is good, is positive energy,
Yeah. You were gonna do quests, right?
Yeah, but I was like, we should wait because it's about to get dark.
Oh, okay, then I'll go.
So yeah, I was like, let's go do some mining. I'm gonna go smoke another bowl real quick.
Sounds good.
Because this conversation's deep and I need to clear my head.
Oh, no worries.
I'm gonna check this out. This is looking good. Oh, you got kind of deep over here, huh?
Yeah, no, I've just been getting what you need, so the coal and the sulfate. I haven't really dug any further.
Fair enough. I mean, honestly,
that way I've gone this way a good little bit, but it started a little room. But yeah, I haven't really gone too far in there.
I dig it. Oh, look at that. You got a door and everything, bro. You're making that all official.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It'll be kind of like a little checkpoint, and then we'll set another checkpoint up and.
Right. And like, I mean, we're only like 600 meters away from the base. So.
It's not gonna be a long dig, but it will with these. I'd rather have a steel pickaxe or something.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I know I can make steel parts, so it's like once we get the forge and stuff like that over there, once we kind of get situated, we'll be good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna step away for a second. I will be right back, everybody. This has been a good chat, good conversation. Even though we got a little bit off topic as far as like because we're supposed to be talking about what it is to be a man these days, and we keep going off on other subjects.
My apologies.
No, not at all. I mean, it's good topics, and it's like it's good practice for like when I start taking this more serious, But I'm digging the conversation. Real quick, something to think about. Seven says, "Why have laws? We're just animals, right? Why treat people with respect? We know about the serial killers or child abusers, etc. They're called lawless ones." I mean, you're talking about two different things there. Why have laws if we're just animals? And like that's kind of goes to like the extremist thing that people like to go to, and it's like we're saying that like we're not just animals. We're literally saying that we're not just animals, but we're also saying that we're not that far off either.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but this is why chickens and stuff have pecking orders. It's not necessarily okay. Yeah, chickens aren't advanced to have X amount of laws, but a pecking order is essentially laws.
I mean, that
enough of a confirmation from animals that's like, okay, there's something of a level of resemblance here. Not saying that we're chickens because they're birds, we're mammals, but it's like a pecking order almost. If you've seen how chickens work, pecking order is almost definitive law. They will kill each other over pecking.
And honestly, bro, like that's a point that I never thought of either. Is that like a lot of animals do have laws. It's just within their own societies. We just don't see it that way because like as humans we tend to be pretentious and think we're above everything. But it's like, yeah, that's a good point. Like like you said, chickens are a good one. But I mean, even look at primates. The ones that we're supposed to be so closely related to, they have their own pecking order. Like You have the alpha of the pack always, then you have the few, the caretakers, the mothers. They all have their roles. I mean, wolves, beehives, they all kind of have their own law and order. So that's a good point, And if you really look at it, there's a lot of animals don't cannibalize. You ever noticed that?
Yeah.
Like they won't
Yeah.
eat their own kind even if they're dead and stuff like that, unless they're in a desperate situation. But like yeah, I mean that in itself is kind of a law. So that's a really good point. That's definitely something I'm gonna have to put in my back pocket. But I'll be back.
Is there?
Alrighty, I am back. Ba-do-do-do-do-do. 7 says, a spiritual man, a man who comes with codes and laws compare, then why we have laws to live like animals. Then the Pi says, oh wait, live with codes. Hang on, a spiritual man, a man with codes and laws compare, then why have laws just live like animals? Oh, I mean, because it's for the betterment of humankind. Like, kind of like we were talking about earlier about even animals have their own pecking orders. They have their own laws among them. Like, when you say animals, you make it sound like we're just like rabid. You know what I'm saying? And like, even though we may come from animals, we still, like, as a species, like, what does every animal want to do? They want to continue their species, right? So if we were like to live completely lawless, and like, and was it what was I gonna say? It was wasn't all that long ago that we were pretty lawless. It's honestly like just the last few hundred years, maybe 1,000 years or so, that like man started coming together and like assembling laws and stuff like that. Pi says ants are an amazing example of a very law-abiding non-intelligence. They have plenty of personality on an individual basis given a chance. Yeah, and that's very true. Like, man, but that I also like. It's funny because I use ants as the same example of like proof of there being a god. You know what I'm saying? Because like, look at how complex their societies are, and like, they're born knowing what they do or what they have to do. And like, there's really no question. And it's just like, look at how like complex they are, and it's like that has to be by design, you know. That couldn't have been by accident. Like, oh, it was like, oh, okay, just one day we woke up and all of a sudden these animals knew how to do all this stuff, you know. And not only that, but there's like millions of them, and there's thousands of different species that work just slightly differently than the last species does, you know. It's crazy when you think about it.
And that's why I kind of really like that you said humans are kind of like very privileged, because it's like, if you really look at it, we think of ourselves as such significant beings, but it's like we can't survive here on this planet by ourselves.
Oh no, there's no way.
Yeah, if it wasn't for like, a lot of people hate mosquitoes, but it's like, if it's not for mosquitoes that do their thing for other animals and survive, and you know, like, and if we didn't go up the food chain,
yeah,
that eventually gets to us, then we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, you know, I mean, a lot of people give mosquitoes guff, but and like, you know, they they are probably the only like animal on this world that humans should be afraid of. But they do have like their role, their purpose, and like people don't realize how many fish and how many birds would be dead if it wasn't for mosquito larvae. And not only that, but like I found out this out recently, but mosquitoes are actually very prolific pollinators.
I could see that.
So you know, it's like, I know bees get a lot of the credit for it, but it's actually like a lot of flies and a lot of mosquitoes are actually more prolific pollinators than bees are.
Like flies in general.
Yeah, I mean just as a whole, but like, you know, there's like millions of species of flies. So
Yeah.
but I'm saying, you know, it's these animals that like people take for granted, you know, and they think that they're above them because they're a nuisance, because they're annoying, yada yada yada. But it's like they actually play a pretty serious part of our ecosystem. You don't realize.
Well, and the thing a lot of people should be grateful for is to not have to be that fly that has to be eaten and all that shit. It's like, you know, you should be grateful to be human.
Yeah.
So that you can cast your judgment on that little, you know.
Cast your judgment on that damn fly.
Yeah.
You damn shit-eating fly. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I know I'm definitely grateful to be a human. You know, coulda
Me both.
ended much worse for me. That's for damn
Well,
sure.
and the way I feel is because, like, the same way we sit here and cast our judgment, let's go back with the alien theory. Like, you don't think they're casting judgment on us? Because everyone on Earth wants to say that bullshit of, well, we haven't had contact with any outside. Well, what if they do exist and they're just like, oh, those guys that breathe that oxygen shit? You mean that lethal fucking, like, death? Yeah, let's just leave them the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's really like that?
That's possible. You know, it's just the hubris of mankind. You know, it's like we think we're so much better than everything else.
Yeah.
And like, what's funny is that we kind of are.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, in a way, like we are. Like, you can't really, if the aliens were to come down here and like treat us like garbage, you can't really blame them for it, you know, because they're in a position that they can do that.
Right.
Now.
Yeah, it's essentially, you know, whoever has, you know, whoever is in the position of power.
Yep. You know, that would be the same as like being mad at God, you know, like you can't be mad at God for being who he is, you know, for having the power that he does. The Pie says, I've often posted a few things to our people. I know one of the things relates to our society today, in my opinion. Our modern healthcare and civilization has allowed us to break one of the things that made humanity strong in history. No longer the disabled forced to be left behind. No longer the sickly children die as babes. No longer do predators pick off the elderly and the children. This has allowed the weak to become part of society. Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree. You know, it's like we have it too good. I say this all the time, is like people, just us as a human being, as a human race, we have it too good. And like, you know, I really noticed that it was a problem when I heard someone was complaining about America being an ableist society. I was like, what the fuck is an ableist? Have you ever heard of that, Blizz?
No.
People complaining that, oh, we're an ableist society, meaning that like basically the world is built around people who are able-bodied.
Okay, but why wouldn't you want to build a
Eh,
world around people who are
exactly, and it's like, they're calling it prejudice that like they don't have more things, more access for like handicap, and it's like you don't realize that like 50 years ago y'all would have been dead.
Yep. Well, the
Like
thing and the horrible thing is to say too is like 50 years ago, if they weren't dead, they were some of the toughest fucking people who didn't say shit. And it's
right.
like now since everyone's voice can be quote unquote heard, people are saying the utmost shit, and it's like
Oh yeah,
I
they're
don't
saying
think that's the
everything.
best. Yeah, it's like I don't think that's the best because now they know what you know how you truly feel.
Hmm.
They, but does that mean they're gonna change anything? No.
Not
Like
necessarily.
take they had the little trans dude Evan was his name. He was working at Starbucks and he was like, "We need a union," and it was like, "Bro, you need a union for fucking what? At
Right.
Starbucks?"
Yep. Yep. For making them work a whole 8 hours straight.
Yeah, and I'm just like, come on, man. Like, and that it gets to a point where it's like, I mean, what do you want to do anything? Or are
uh,
we just like
a
this
lot of them
episode?
don't. A lot of it
Well,
comes down to they.
oh, what's up?
No, a lot of it comes down to they don't want to do anything.
But then it turns into that fucking episode of SpongeBob where it was like they had that race with the snails. And Patrick had the snail and he was like, "Okay, Rocky, go, Rocky." Okay, just go whenever you want. Take your
Yeah,
time.
that's
What
how
the
it is.
fuck?
Yeah, those eighth
What are
place
we doing
trophies.
here?
It don't make much sense. Seven says, trust the same way like animals governed by laws and design. Who did that? Trust, oh, trees. Trees give fruit or give oxygen enhanced of carbon dioxide. Who gave the law? Why give oxygen for us? I mean, again, Seven, that's. I believe in God. I don't know, like, if you're trying to like argue, if you're trying to like prove a point or whatever, but like I'm with you. Like I say that all the time that there has to have been a creator for all this to work. And you're certainly right, but like
Definitely agree.
you can like you could take any system, for example, like everything that we have right now plays off of each other in some way or another.
Yeah.
And like for someone to say that it was all by accident, it's like, I mean, it's kind of I really believe it's foolish, for someone to truly believe that it was just an explosion happened and then all of a sudden these just advanced systems. I mean, that'd be like saying like if we stepped outside and lightning struck and then all of a sudden it created a vehicle with a combustion engine. You know what I mean? Like it would have to be that random.
Well, the thing is too is if that's the case, then it's like I would say someone still had control of how that explosion happened. Even though now I think we do have evidence that the Big Bang isn't how everything kind of started.
Yeah, I know there's like they're saying that now. I don't know the specifics about that, but I
I
know that
don't
like
either.
people are like fighting against the Big Bang Theory now. Which, and like, honestly, more and more people are really starting to believe they're like, this couldn't have been by accident. Like, there's no way. Like, even people who aren't like diehard Christians are like, there has to be a creator, there has to be a designer, because things are just too complex. There's just too many variables for it to be random.
Well, that's also why I say aliens in a sense because it just doesn't make sense. Like you said, everything doesn't add up for it to just be well, this is how everything works out, and it's like okay, but it works out in a place where
Right.
essentially for like a window of millions of years it shouldn't work out.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. Like it didn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah. And it's
Seven
like,
said, oh,
well, and the thing is too is if we have the knowledge to even dispute that and say, okay, well, this is how it works, then like I said, it's kind of happens in windows of X amount of millions of years. Then why are we in this X amount of millions of years?
yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, it's like as we kind of ascend, as we get smarter, we start learning more. It's like we kind of got to go somewhere, like we're gonna get to this point eventually. As long as
I
there was
mean, I
no big.
understand that, but I guess the point I'm trying to get at is like, if if we're here, then something in a sense had to have like almost pre-planned this, if that
Pre-planned
makes
it.
sense. Yeah, and
Okay.
because it's like I said, if this was gonna happen, and we have this window, and it was just gonna randomly happen. So, what causes it to randomly happen?
Right, right. Like you're basically saying, regardless, like there's just no way it could be random. There has to be
Yeah,
some kind of cause and effect, right?
right.
There has to be something that set it in motion.
Yeah, there's some kind of catalyst that we might not know what it is. We might not be able to understand it or comprehend it at the moment, which is fine. But there's some kind of catalyst there that's like, okay, like kind of like you said, nothing just happens on its own.
Right.
So, what caused it?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the big question. Seven says, why do we enable drug users? They're weak. Let them die off. They can't even control themselves. They do murder and steal, eat dog, or dog eat dog, right? Or we show compassion, help them become a better version, spiritual, right? So I don't get it, Seven. Are you for or against helping drug users?
Like he's against.
Yeah,
It's actually kind of funny because I was having a conversation similar to this in my car. It's like, I guess the way I feel about it is if you're doing something that doesn't necessarily impose on other people's lives, then I personally don't really see the issue with it. But when you get to kind of like with the battery acid chick, it's like once you get to a point where it's like you can no longer live your life by yourself, then it's a problem.
Wait, what battery acid trick?
The lady that poured battery acid.
Oh, the one who blinded herself. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, and it's kind of like, I think what Seven's saying too is like, why do we enable these people? And it's like, I'm with you there. It's like, why do we enable these people? Or like, not just them, but like, morbidly obese people, stuff like that. Like, why have we gotten to a place in society where we're making it okay for people to basically live shitty lives and just live these morally corrupt lives? Because like, if you think about it, all these things are against human nature, and like, the whole body dysmorphia, the whole what was it, the sexual dimorphism or whatever, obesity, like, this problem that we have with just this massive weight problem that we have in the Western world mostly. They're sins against humanity, where we're really hurting ourselves as a species. And you want to talk about lawless. I think that's the new Wild West right now, is that we're allowing people to, like, not only allowing people to live these, just like, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Just like allowing themselves to like mutilate themselves. We're cheering them on for it. We're calling them.
It just allows the corporate America, like the corporate world to make money off of it. It's not even caring about what it does to people anymore. It's more or less, can I make $1 off this? And if I can, how long can I make $1 off of it? Like, I even look at some of the prices at food places and stuff. It's like, a lot of people argue that it's easier to get a whole meal at McDonald's and stuff than it is to, go home and cook stuff. And yeah, but at the end of the day, but you know what you're doing to yourself.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people have gotten so complacent with it where it's like, well, if I'm going to do it to myself, I'm going to do it to myself, instead of continuing to fight for themselves to be in a healthier place.
Right. Yeah, and that's part of it too, and then it kind of comes down to like, the elites. It's I know a lot of it just comes down to control, and it's the elites keeping us distracted, from what the real issues are. Seven says, no, just sharing, Mr. M. I know you believe that's why Christ showed himself. We need to help drug users become better for their illness, sicknesses. Christ showed himself. Oh yeah. Or be like animals, let them die off, trim the herd. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of for both. Because there is a point where, there's these people who just don't want to help themselves, no matter what you tell them, no matter what kind of evidence you give them, no matter how much you try fighting for them, they're just gonna, oh, you're going deep, bro.
Yeah, this shit keeps moving on me, so I'm just following the coal and sulfur
Fair
or
enough.
nitrate.
Fair enough. Um, but yeah, and then there's a point where I'm like, you know, you can only make excuses for so long. You know, and that's where a lot of the issues come in, is that people allow their loved ones, you know, these people that are suffering from these afflictions, they allow them to make these excuses, and they even help them, they encourage them. Slurpee, what's going on?
Yeah, at that point, it kind of does go back to that conversation we had with the chick in the battery acid.
Mm-hmm.
It's like people want to do stuff until no one wants to go along with them. Almost
Right.
as if it's like they have to have someone holding their hand their whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And the second someone lets their hand go, now all of a sudden, oh, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
It's not okay.
Yeah, and it's
And
like
that's like the biggest problem. Oh, I'm sorry. What's up?
no, really, what it comes down to is a mental health issue, you know. And I'm like, you know, as far as what Seven's saying, I think there's a balance to it. You know, there's a point where like you try to help people, and then there's a point that you walk away, because and like, you know, and let them die off essentially, because you know, you can only waste your energy on someone for so long. You know, that may not be very Christ-like of me. I'm also not Jesus, you know, and like I'm more I'm practical about things, and it's like, if you're just gonna sit there and do whatever, okay, we'll keep using the chick who blinded herself as an example. Like, if you're gonna sit there and mutilate yourself to a point where you can't even take care of yourself anymore, then no one's gonna feel sorry for you when you decide to renege on that idea, you know.
Yeah.
Do you have repair kits on you?
I have one.
Yeah, you keep it. I'll make some more.
Okay. Well, shit. I mean, you're gonna be able to make bullets for days when I'm
Nice.
done with this.
Nice,
I can't find any more coal though.
It's all good. It is all good.
There we go.
But yeah, you know, I'm very much like, you know, let them. At a certain point, you just gotta let them do what they're gonna do, you know. I mean, there's someone close to in my life, you know. I'll even say, you know, as much as I don't want to throw them out there. By the way, there's a bunch of iron in this box over here. I don't want to, like, you know, throw them under the bus too hard, but my father had some issues recently. Not even recently, but for years. And it's like we try to help him, but like, you know, he wouldn't accept any help until finally one day he was forced to help himself, you know. And it wasn't until like everyone stepped away, and now he's dealing with those consequences now. But he did come around. He had to come around on his own. But like, there was a good chance that he never would have came around, you know. And
With those people, because it's better, healthier for you in the long run to let him do that by himself.
yeah, exactly. You gotta let them do what he does, you know. So I was like, there's a certain point that you try to take care of people and try to help them, but then there's a certain point that you just gotta walk away and be like, you know what, man, it's your life. Oh, you ready to do some missions?
Let me give you all of this so you can get some bullets going.
Just go ahead and put it in the box. I'll take care of the bullets when we get back. Let me see. Catching up on chats. The Pie says accountability is definitely. Oh, hold on. I actually got to scroll up a little bit. That's not a problem I normally have. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate the chats. Accountability is definitely an issue paired with self-control and indulgence, and I want to say forged under the hammer of icon of worship in the form of personally selected icons for peoples or ideas. Okay, fair enough. Example, just because Robert Downey Jr. was an alcoholic and a drug user and he has your favorite actor doesn't mean you should, nor should you indulge or be punished for the foolishness. That true that. Lots of these modern men, as you said, are believing in the fake simp idol. LOL. Yeah, yeah, that's very true. That's a big issue that we're definitely gonna touch on here in a second. Seven says drug user or acid chick. Regret is in the end, so we should let her die off or help her. Spiritual right, help, assist, or animal kingdom lies die off. Again, Seven, like I believe it lies somewhere in the middle. It's you could only for me, and really, I mean for anybody, you can really only put so much energy into someone. So once they show that they're not willing to help themselves, then you walk away and you let them deal with the consequences. Whatever those consequences may be. Slurpee says, how's everyone this morning? We're doing pretty good. Having a super deep talk here. If I don't talk much, it's because I'm blowing off some steam. Seven says, be a spiritual man, talk. Pi says, hey, no worries, Slurpee, blowing off some steam is generally a good thing. This this talk we're having, then Biznatch. Sleepy said I spent 3 hours looking for a $200 TV remote and haven't found it. Oh, that's rough, man. Keep it on our prayers. Hopefully you find it. Do you need arrows?
75.
All right, here, take this. I have a shit ton. Where you at? All right, let me take care of this guy. All right. There you go. Seven says, spiritual man talk we're having. Yes, indeed. All right. Do you have any missions on you?
Oh, let me double check. I do. Oh shit, I'm being touched. There we go.
It was unwelcome touch.
Yeah, bad touch, bad touch.
Bad touch.
Yeah. There you go. And I'll be right back.
Alright, I'll share that. The Pi says, oh no, I feel it's a bit disingenuous if you do biblical stuff. If I do biblical stuff, I'm perhaps close to Blizz in opinions, but a significant bit more ultra curious in all things. I appreciate that too, and I definitely I appreciate that, more than just, I mean, being open-minded really is all I'm looking for, is just knowing that, like, hey, we don't have all the answers, and maybe, there are other options. Slurp says, cheer, pray to God that it actually turns up. I've almost lost my sanity and energy to continue bothering looking for it. Yeah, I mean, that's probably about the point you need to start walking away, Maybe there's a reason that you don't need to find that remote. Maybe that's God's way of telling you to keep it quiet for a little bit. Maybe you need to take some quiet time and actually talk to him, because when it comes down to it, that's really all God's looking for. In order to be in His favor, is just for you to like take some time out and let it be a little bit quiet and talk to him. Give him a chance to talk to you. So how's 7 Days to Die? Is pretty good. Not really paying much attention, but having a good time. Blizz and I are about to start running some mission as soon as he comes back. The Pi says, I think almost all forms of religion have had positive impacts and good lessons. However, most, like governments, have been corrupted for the purpose. Yeah, I mean that's 100%. I agree. It's a tough reality, but anything's corruptible. I know I had Maverick on here the other day, my last stream, and he was talking about the Bible and how it was uncorruptible. And I was like, I don't know about that, man. Even like the evidence that he was giving and like the videos that he was showing, I was like, I'm not fully convinced that anything's uncorruptible by the hands of man,
I'm back. Actually, I think I came back at a good time because I will chime in on that. I will I actually will disagree with you there. The reason why is because essentially the way I look at it is almost like and I think I said this last time too, but like almost like the God Emperor in Warhammer 40K.
Uh-huh.
So essentially you just have a guy that essentially kind of planted everything before he even had the power to do it himself. And I say that in the sense that like okay, with the three people having the same story, you have to think way back when that would have been damn near impossible. And I guess that's where my belief in it comes in, because it's like, not saying that I'm like, oh, I'm all of a sudden Christian now, but it's like I somewhat believe it just for the simple main fact that it's like having three copies of a similar story in three heavily different regions of the world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he has proof of that, I'll believe it. Yeah, because that would be very, very hard to argue.
Yeah, and and like I said, I'm not completely arguing against it. And like he did bring up some good points, but kind of like I was saying, I don't have enough proof to like say definitively, cause like
Right.
you know how people are. I mean, really, like when it comes down to it, you know how people are, and like I said, we can corrupt anything, especially once the people in power. So I'm like,
Oh yeah, once you
I
make
don't.
a dollar off of it.
So I really, I mean, I don't know how the Bible like, and I would have to do more research myself. But I'm like, I'm still just not fully convinced. I appreciate you putting your input on that. But I was like, and you're right. Like I said, he did bring up some good, some good points. But I would just have to do more research. I was like, I'm a little too open-minded to be like, yeah, that's definitive. Like I can say definitively 100% that I believe in Jesus. And that's only because he showed himself to me, right, in a vision. Now, whether you believe that it happened or not, sometimes I don't even believe that it happened. But like when it comes down to it, I was like, I know he's real. I know he showed himself. I know what I saw. And it's exactly what I was asking for, pretty much. All right. So do you have
Oh
this?
no, I've known you long enough to believe if you say something like that, it's got merit behind it.
Right, and I appreciate that. Like having people that are close enough to know me that well knows that like I'm not just being crazy, even though I feel like I'm crazy. Saying it when I say it out loud. Um, but as much as I can say that, I can't really say that like I truly believe everything that the Bible says. I think like kind of again what Jesus told me when he showed himself is just not get caught up in the details. Don't get caught up in the details. It's more about like the message that the Bible has to offer than anything.
Right.
Where
And
where did you go real quick?
unfortunately, I fucked my controls up.
Oh, how'd you do that?
I don't know. I pushed something, and now I have to WASD control the bike.
Oh. Do you need to like log out and re-log in and fix that or what?
I don't think that'll fix. I don't know what I pushed. Trying to figure out what I pushed and maybe get lucky and re-push it.
All right. Pi says, it's an interesting thing for sure. However, I would say do not underestimate the power of human ingenuity and design for adventure. Columbus was not the first European in North America, nor, and then he kind of cuts off. Seven says spiritual problems we have until Christ stepped in. He tells us to be good, not to do evil ways, walk in the path of righteousness, not of unrighteousness, Mr. M. That's being saved. Now staying saved is up to each man or woman. Yeah, and that's true, That's 100%. You good there, bro?
So I'm gonna try picking it up and putting it back down.
All right. And then that's another thing, another message that I keep being told is that like, just because, you now know he's real and you know that you're, did it work?
No. Sad day. It's okay though.
Alright, I guess we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You sure you got that? There you go.
Yeah. It's like taking the training wheels off.
Nice. I kind of wish I didn't had a WASD movement. But yeah, so that.
If you... Oh, what's up?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say if you slap around on the left side of the keyboard long enough, you'll get your wish.
No, thank you. I think I got too used to this. But yeah, there's definitely one of the things that God's been telling me is that like basically don't get cocky about it, you know. And like just because you're saved doesn't that's not it. That's only the beginning, you know.
Yeah. Well, no one likes an asshole.
No one likes an asshole.
Yeah.
Although I don't know, man. Sometimes the assholes get their way, you know. Sometimes I feel like I need to be more of an asshole.
What I feel is like if I have to really change my personality and morals that much to, you know, get the outcome I want out of something, I don't really want it that much.
Yeah, you know, and that's a good point, you know, because like a lot of the dating stuff that I look up and like, you know, the dating advice, especially for like modern dating and modern women and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, I really don't feel like being that guy. You know, I really don't feel like doing like women aren't that important to me. Like getting a bunch of ladies isn't so important to me that I feel like I need to change my personality, you know?
Right. You know, completely rewrite your whole life over. But some people will definitely do that, and I feel bad for them.
You know, and I was trying to get there. Oh, we got a fatty over there. I was trying to be one of those guys. You know, I was doing a lot of what I could to like change myself and like try to be one of those dudes. And I was just like, it's not natural for me.
Well, a lot of, and I think just the way everything's portrayed in today's society, it's like a lot of women think that though.
Think what?
That like guys like you know like just guys are in like fit some kind of stereotype, like all guys fit some kind of stereotype.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you know, and that kind of comes down to like, you know, basically what it comes down to is like 80 or 90% of women are competing for 20% of the men.
Shit must be nice.
You know, and it's like they say those that aren't in the 20% are basically ignored by women. So like any of these ladies that like aren't in their realm, are they like they don't like them, they're not attracted to them, whatever, they're not interested in dating them. So then they like compare all men to the 10-20% of men that they deal with.
Wow. Well, that I mean
Yep.
it explains a lot, but it's like it make like at that point it's like guys are kind of doomed.
In a way, and like that, this is kind of one thing that I was getting at is that like we're not as doomed as we think we are. Well, we just need to learn how to be men again. Is really what it comes down to. You know, like we need to learn what it is that men do and like how, cause like I've noticed it. Okay, so like, you know, in our line of work, we work with a lot of women, right? You know that, especially being here in Colorado. Ah, you fucking. Especially being here in Colorado. Shut your mouth. It's a lot of like, you know, middle-aged white ladies, you know, and a lot of them in like, you know, that divorcee type stage where hang on, I don't have anything to break that with. I can't make a repair kit.
Do you have a pickaxe?
Yeah, it was just broken. I'm making some repair kits now.
Oh no, there you go, Bill. There you go. Now you can work. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's do that. Let's make more repair kits. Craft them all.
Well, I mean, to go along with what you're saying, yeah, and the demo, and it's like they're all privileged too.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I've never understood about almost divorcee type women. It's like they're all privileged. Like, oh,
Very,
this is
very
my
privileged.
second chance, my rally or whatever you want to
Right.
call it. But it's like,
And
this is their redemption run of life, and it's like, how can you look at it like that when you've already ruined someone else's life?
right, and I'll get to that in a second too. My thoughts on that. 7 says, Mr. M, it's actually written in the scriptures. What's written in the scriptures? There's a lot. There's a lot in the scriptures. Which part exactly? The Pi says, but just to further the adventure statement, there are plenty of stories about people going from China to Egypt on foot. Definitely a trek, but more than one time in their lifetime. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean humans are incredible like that. Like we're definitely designed for walking. That's for damn sure. 7 says saved and staying saved. Bet you they don't teach you in fake churches. So churches say once saved, always saved. Not true, Mr. M. That's when I know they are spiritually compromised. And okay, gotcha. Test the search is spirit or spiritual or what they teach in the church. Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that that I'm gonna have to look into. And like I said, it's kind of an idea that came to me already. It was something that Jesus himself told me. It was, stay humble, and stay open-minded. Oh yeah. So yeah, what was the topic I handed? Ah, got her ass.
Oh, sure, she's that.
Yep, she gone. But yeah, so you were saying about the divorcees and stuff like that. Yeah, it's actually really sad. I talked to a lot of divorcees too that are like happy and they're like, all proud of the fact that they won custody and they're like, I don't have to share my kids and yada. And I'm like, man, this is exciting for you, But like
it's the highlight of their life type shit.
right.
It's like, wow.
And we've definitely gotten to an and like I said, part of the reason why I'm getting tired of my job too is because I meet so many misandrous ladies, man. Like these, like they're willing to talk shit about men to me, and I'm like, you realize I'm a fucking man, right? Like, and it's gotten to a point where I'm like, I'm done not saying anything about it anymore. It looks like the last one's on the roof.
Time to light up here.
Oh, it's a dog.
Oh, where are you at?
Jesus.
Oh, you're up here. How'd you get up there?
I'm on the roof. What's it called? I framed up here. I think there must be mine, so like watch yourself.
No, you finished it up. But yeah, it's almost like a victory for them. And it's so weird because like I said, it's like you've ruined a life and you don't even care because at the end of the day all you wanted was money, status, like whatever came with that.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, and there's a lot that we could touch on that too, but it's kind of like women have been incentivized to do that. They've been incentivized to break up their families, to leave their husbands because they're not happy, yada yada yada. They make it easy. So that's part of it, not only that, but like we live in, the last, few decades or so, we live in the whole boss babe, we don't need a man type era. So of course women are gonna think that way.
That's super sad.
It's very sad. It's very sad, and like I really truly believe that the only way that we're gonna fix it is again by men learning how to be men, standing up for themselves, not being simps. Like we really need to get the simps away from these women. We need to stop. And like to go back to what you were saying, because how you're saying like you disagree with like the whole you should like vet a woman or like at least like want to be able to have a baby with a woman and stuff like that. before you sleep with them.
I never said that.
Say that one more time.
I said I should. I would like to sleep with the woman before I have a baby with her. Yes, but I think you just got it backwards.
No, I meant to say like, you know, because remember, like I had mentioned that like you should want to have a baby with a woman before you sleep with her, right? And you were like, you didn't agree with that, right?
Right. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah. I'm
okay.
sorry. You just word. I heard it weird.
No, it's my fault. I must have worded it weird. But like what I was getting at was that like doing even that in itself gives women a bigger head than what a lot of them deserve, you know. So like people even talk about that, how like, you know, because I said, you know, how like there's 20% of women or 80% of women going for 20% of the guys. So like a lot of women going for a small percentage of the guys. So like then there's like the kind of leftover guys that we're kind of getting whatever we can, which is why like, you know, you'll see us like, you know, kind of go to bed with these like fours and fives, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then like that kind of gives ladies a big head because they conflate us having sex with them with us wanting to be with them, and it's like no.
God bless you.
And like women really, like a lot of them can't seem to understand that we will sleep with someone that we don't even like, you know, that we're not even necessarily attracted to. And depending on how long it is, like we can be like repulsed by you and still get it, you know, get the job done.
Yeah. Yeah, don't take much, unfortunately.
Right. And then like, you know, that's one of the things that even though we're like that, we're shamed for it, even though that's just kind of how men were built. So we're supposed to like fight that, you know, that urge that we have, and it's just, you know, a big circle.
Well, and that's the weird thing, because it's like nowhere else in the animal kingdom does any animal have to necessarily fight urges like that. Like, and it's like, because people think humans are bad. Zebras fucking like do this thing. Like zebras and elephants have this period phase where they call it tarring, essentially. And so like they will literally try to find females and kill their young so that they'll have sex with them.
Oh yeah.
And it's like I don't see any dudes out there doing no shit like that.
Yeah, and actually like I didn't know that about dolphins. I know
Safe travels, friend.
Zebras.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that about zebras, but I know dolphins did that.
Oh wow, see I didn't know. I know dolphins will do that to little porpoises, but I didn't know they just did that. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they'll do it just so that the female, because like the female won't mate if she's already taking care of a baby. So they're like, all right, so if we kill the baby, then you'll mate with me.
Yeah, and Discovery Channel made sure you understood what Buddy was doing.
Right.
Cause
all right.
Yeah, and it was horrible. Well, I was because the little zebra he lived, so it wasn't all that bad. But it was like it almost like comedy to me. Because it was just like, wow, this dude is. I've never seen a guy try that hard to get some from a chick.
Well, go ahead and lead the way.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
Actually, I mean, what do you think all this simp stuff's about? You know.
Okay, and then I would have to ask the question: do you think simps would the Amaranth chick? So do you think if we got all the simps together, they would gauntlet and just go to a bloodbath sport? If like she was like, we're not even gonna say she'd sleep with them. She probably like show them like a titty or something. They would just start killing each other.
It's a little different these days because of where society is. You know, it's less acceptable to do that kind of thing.
But
so,
if
like,
it wasn't.
Right, but if it wasn't, then yeah, absolutely they would. Absolutely they would.
That's
horrible. And like honestly, it's not even, you know, like simps. Like that's kind of what humans did for a long time. We kind of did that very thing.
I mean, I understand that, but we're at an age where it's like you don't have to do that.
Right, so that's why we've adapted, and that's where simps come from. So simps are like, okay, you know, instead of like using violence and stuff like that to get rid of all the babies or whatever it is that's inconveniencing them, they're using their money.
Wow, it's
You
like
see,
you just can't win.
yeah, it's like when it comes down to it, you know, we're all like, again, society's kind of formed around men attracting women.
But that's why I made that comment earlier, where it's like, unless we could literally make it a situation where men are spending more money and all this shit, then women are gonna have power.
Yeah, and that's kind of what this whole thing's about. That's why, like, you know, we have the Andrew Tates, we have the Kevin Samuels, Jordan Peterson, stuff like that, trying to reach out to young men and be like, hey, listen, this is how we need to go about it. Trying to be those, you know, those role models that we never had. Is this where it's at?
Yeah. Have you accepted it?
I thought I did. I have not. I have not.
Okay. Cool. Nice.
But yeah, then that's, you know, what a lot of us, and that's what I want to get. That's kind of why I want to turn this, you know, into more of like a men's like lifestyle type channel, because we do need more male role models, more males to be like, hey, this is how we need to go about life. You know, stop simping over these ladies. You're really only just hurting yourself. You know, because like the more that happens, the more that there's gonna be desirable men. Because I think really what it all comes down to is that there's not enough desirable men for women out there. You know, like we can sit here and complain about how women are only looking at so many dudes, but it's like, what are we doing to become one of those dudes? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess the real reason why, or not the real reason, but the reason why a lot of guys complain is because it's like, okay, what do those women see in those guys?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. And we don't.
It's not even going to be anything.
A lot of us don't understand it because, you know, again, we were raised by women, and like, you know, we were raised by the whole Disney idea, and it's like that's what we think, how, like, you know, how women want to be treated, the whole, like, you know, that's how relationships work, when it's really the complete opposite from that. You know, it's like that's why they say you never ask a woman for dating advice, because, you know, it's the same reason why a fisherman won't ask a fish how to catch fish, you know.
That's very true. Yeah, that's the last thing I would personally do is ask a woman for dating.
Yeah, and I have, and it never works. Never works. They will tell you what they think that, like, you know, society wants to hear. I mean, it's always, like, you know, it kind of comes down to that whole, you never trust what a woman says, you trust their actions, you know. Like, I mean, I know it's the same like that of like anybody, but especially women, because like they're good.
They're lie to your face.
100%, bro. And like, it's funny because, again, you know, women want to say that that's what men do, but it's like, no, it's only the men that you deal with. It's the men who's learned how to do that because of you, because they've learned how to deal with you.
Well, the thing is when women are lying to you, I don't even think that they're intentionally doing it themselves.
No. Like someone said, and it was actually a lady that I heard on a podcast. She was like, women are so good at lying that they deceive themselves.
Yeah.
And it's true, because that's why you never ask a woman like what she's looking for in a man or anything like that. She's gonna give you all those cliche answers that she thinks everyone wants to hear. And then she'll turn around and like pick some, like, you know, some piece of garbage who's gonna treat her like shit, you know. And it's like, so is that what you're looking for? You're looking to be lied to and cheated on and this and that? And a lot of the times the answer is yeah. That's
no bullshit. Yeah.
A lot of the times. Oh, don't forget our bikes.
Oh no, I'm just checking the short bus.
You know, and a lot of the times, I mean, that's why they end up with those dudes, kind of like the ones you were saying, how it's like how you guys like you and I don't understand what the ladies see in those guys, you know.
Yeah.
But then that kind of comes down to, you know, there being a lack of good, like, masculine men, you know.
I mean, I don't know, because I feel like at that point, those chicks would pick a loser regardless.
What do you mean?
We would see a chick with like a loser and we'd be like, oh well, why are you with that guy? I think those kind of chicks would pick a loser regardless.
I mean, certain ladies would, yeah, but like if they had more options, they would have more options. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying all of them would take it. You know? Certainly not. There's certainly gonna be those ladies that are still, like, you know, schmoozed up by the piece of shit dudes that are smooth talkers or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I really think that a lot of our societal issues come down to just men not knowing how to be men, and not only not knowing how to be men, but being stifled from being men. Because it's like we live in a world that basically hates us, like a world that doesn't want us here. And it's
Yeah,
like how do we navigate that and at the same time be true manly men, godly men, however, be true servants and stuff like that. And the fact of the matter is, we just gotta deal with it. We gotta take it to the chin, and we gotta basically force it. We gotta force our way back. And really, when it comes down to it, like once we get a good amount of men who agree, who think the same way, they start doing it, they start moving the same way, they start supporting each other. Like we're gonna be unstoppable. And that's what like the majority is afraid of. That's why people like Andrew Tate and like Jordan Peterson. Have you heard about what happened to Jordan Peterson now?
No.
You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
So now, I guess he retweeted something that someone put up. I don't know if it was like they considered it an anti-trans thing or what it was. But now he's he's a psychiatrist, right, in Canada.
He's in Canada, but yeah, I knew he was a psychiatrist, psychologist.
Yeah, so they're talking about revoking his license unless he goes back up there. He goes to basically I forgot what they called it, but it's like a retraining on how to conduct yourself on social media so you're not offending people.
Oh wow!
And they're saying if he doesn't go
How
and
could
do
they
that,
do that though?
what's that?
How could they do that though?
It's like it's their licensing. It's their the way that the governments have changed. It's the people who are in charge. And they've been able to put those legislatives through. And now, like I said, now they're saying that he has to go back. Otherwise, they're going to revoke his license. And he's fighting it, of course, because his license at this point doesn't really mean much to him. Because he has so many other avenues. But, from what...
said that they would attack someone like that just because they have the feel like they have the authority to.
Yeah, and it comes down to like, have you ever heard of Socrates?
Yeah, the scholar.
Yeah, okay. Hang on one second. Let me catch up on chats real quick. Sorry if I'm not keeping up for a lot, but, kind of getting deep in conversation here. The Pie says, oh, yeah, definitely you do. What do you do? What do you see in them and not me? And that's actually a fair question, but you have to look at where is there, and these days the response is often money or he looks hot. Yeah, and again, that kind of comes down to like the type of ladies that we're looking at too, and again, they're kind of becoming fewer and fewer, but they're out there, the solid ones. He continues to say, and those answers, suddenly you gotta have the brass tacks to realize that you're not lesser, but that with a woman is not worth pursuing. Yeah, absolutely. And once you realize that, that's when the women start coming for you. Once you get your shit together and you start realizing that you're the prize, women will definitely start coming for you. It's happening to me right now. Again, it's not necessarily the ladies that I want, but a step's a step, right? And a start's a start. Seven says, I feel bad for men, just sad what's happening with women. Also, men don't deserve a woman who are a street princess that have 200 plus and growing body counts that only love men's resources and their valuable time. Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of what I'm saying is that, like, men need to get to a point where we start realizing our values more. We start, like, accepting our values. Not only just realizing that we have it, but, like, accepting them and, like, glorifying them, again. Like, the things that made us men are things that we should be praised for, but instead we're being demonized for it. And, again, it was my whole life. My whole life it was like that. Let me see. The Pie says, now my statement, of course, assumes you're not some sort of D-bag yourself. Yeah, and again, Pie, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that, like, I'm looking to get men to realize that they need to, like, get more control of themselves. They need to start focusing on themselves more. Forget about women for the most part, and just do what they got to do in order to level up in life. And then, like, there's gonna be a lot of women that are hooting and hollering around you, and then they're gonna especially once you stop paying attention to them, they're gonna do whatever they can to get your attention, and you just gotta keep on trucking forward, Vet those women, and like I said, don't stick your penis in anything you're not willing to have a baby with. That's important. Seven says Disney princesses are now street princesses. She belongs to the streets. Oh yeah, I call them street tarts. All right, nice. Is he holding anything good here?
Not really.
All
I
right.
got a couple things, but
All right. I have like
actually
3,000.
all I got was
Y'all come
crossbow
back
parts.
now.
Okay.
Sorry I didn't have what you needed. Come back soon. We restock often.
Eat something real quick. Dude, 7 says Disney Princess. Oh yeah, I read that already. Canada is now very weird. Now they arrest you for doing peaceful demonstrations like last year's truckers and family assets from unable to provide for family or pay bills plus. Yeah, I heard that things are getting really weird in Canada right now, which is a little worrying considering they're our neighbors. All right.
Are we doing another mission? My bad.
Yeah, I was just trying to find one that's nearby or along the way. All right, I shared one with you.
I just got left for me is buried supplies, so we can do that last.
We can do what?
I have buried supplies,
Mhm.
so we can do that on the way back.
All right, yeah, this is on the way back.
Also, I fixed my bike by you click left and right mouse at the same time.
Oh, that is weird. That's hard to get used to.
Yeah.
Ooh. Huh, interesting. I like that. The pie says it's just an example of tyranny. Yeah, we're getting there. It's starting to get there. You know, starting to get a little worrisome, considering all the things that are happening right now. But you know, I mean, what can you do? What can you do about it? You know, I know like we all have to like pick and choose our battles, and that's kind of why like I've chosen this battle right here is to talk to men, talk to young men, because I truly believe if we start becoming men more, like we start bringing men back, that a lot of our societal issues are gonna change. You know, we start helping men think like men again instead of like, you know, thinking like women, because that's where the issues come into play. Oh man, but like you should hear how many people like shut up when like, you know, women all the time they try to tell me they're like, "Oh yeah, I've always been told that women are emotional creatures, but it feels like men are," and yada yada yada. They shut up so fast when I'm like, you realize like 80% of men right now have been raised by single mothers, right?
I always found that weird that women never can put anything into perspective like that.
They never can, and it's a lack of accountability. Is really what it is. Like we've come into this day and age where for some reason accountability is like kryptonite. Ow. So I mean, and not just women. I mean, especially women, but not just women. You know, it's just kryptonite to people. So it says oh, it's buried supplies. Okay.
It's just buried supplies too, huh?
Also
Share it with me.
Oh shit, my bad. I already started it.
Oh, no worries.
I thought I shared it already.
Nah, I didn't get a mission. Let me put some of this stuff in the
My fault. So I assume we just dig here.
Yeah, you dig in the area,
All right.
and then we might get some zombies. Oh, I got AK. Nice.
7 says all this is on the news. All this is spiritual problem. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what you mean by spiritual problems. You keep saying that, and I really don't know what you mean by that. In fact, I mean, I think it's but it's a societal problem, really. Because whether you're spiritual or not, it's gonna affect you. The pie says it's a good battle. Definitely a part of the problem is what you stated. Too many men at young ages being led astray, not just by women, but by various forces that work beyond. Yeah. And like, you know, it's not just women. It's really not. And honestly, like, I don't even blame women for being in the position that they are. You know, it's again, you know, a lot of it. Oh, I heard something. You're getting closer to the treasure. You know, again, a lot of it comes down to like the powers that be. You know, again, the elites, the 1%. It all comes down to control. You know, controlling the sheeple. And it's, you know, it's people being afraid of like what men are capable of. All right, bro, where's the treasure at? It's supposed to be in the circle, right? Because the circle's back here.
Oh shit.
Pi says, I personally had a single father. Appreciate the fact constantly that he was who he was. Might not have been the greatest father. I wasn't the greatest son either. But I'm not a drooling simp either. Yeah, that's very important. And honestly, what's funny is I heard an interesting statistic where they said, so... Oh, okay, the circle keeps getting smaller. I see. So it's right here now. That said...
Repair kit?
What's that?
You have a repair kit?
Yes. But there's a statistic says that what was it? The probability of sons who are raised in a single father home going to jail are, here it is, I see it. There's a lot of stuff here. Can you see this? All right, I got it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was an interesting statistic that said, how do I word this? That the chances of a child from a single father home going into prison are the same chances of them going to prison from a two-parent household. Which is like substantially less chances than what it is from a single mother household. I don't know, I'm thinking, is that making sense? What's that?
Yeah, they wouldn't tell you that. They wouldn't tell you that though.
Oh no, it's definitely a fact that they try to hide. And you know, I try to avoid saying them, that they try to hide, because it's like, who exactly are we talking about when they say they, you know? What'd you say?
I was like, the Matrix. I'm just fucking around though.
Nah, I mean, it's legit though. It's like, you know, because when I say they, it's basically the Matrix. The people who created the Matrix. It's the one that's kind of controlling everything. Again, the people who are in charge of the government.
Yeah. One thing I honestly feel is that because doing a little bit of research, I understand that the government was an organization created essentially during times of crisis like war.
Right.
And we haven't really had a major war in a long time, so essentially they shouldn't exist.
Yeah, you know, I don't like fully disagree with the government. I don't. Like, there's a lot of good things, especially as like we advance in society. It does bring some benefits, you know. But
like what?
I mean, like, you know, for like a police force, for example, or like, you know, the whole highway system, things like that. Licenses, you know, what's that?
I would agree to disagree. Essentially, you're like, well, with the police force, I think people would just essentially make a militia worst case scenario, and then with the highways, you're giving kind of because the highways have been around since about like World War II. You're giving almost like credit to people who don't necessarily deserve it at this point.
I mean, they may not have been the ones that created it, but they're definitely like, you know, they're keeping it under construction and stuff. You know, I'm just saying, like, as society gets older, I think a government system's better than like a monarchy, for example.
Okay, touche.
You know, but like what I disagree with is just how much power that they're getting. Like, it should be that the government's afraid of the people, not the other way around. You know.
That's very true. And it hasn't been like that for a long time, though.
It hasn't been, but we're starting to kind of go that way with the way the government's, you know, taking over and like, you know, a lot, how much power they are gathering.
Yeah.
Let me see. The pie says, now I'm just sort of repeating what I heard, but a guy I watched on YouTube talks about how he was a very lucky black man because his mother was a hardworking single mother who taught him to be a man. But he goes to say, as far as most other black women hate other black men being men and discourage it. Now, of course, this is a broad statement, but considering the apparent background, rings true. With the way society is going, especially for the USA's minority youth in general. Yeah, you know, I really dislike how we still continue to segregate these like, you know, these issues, like, you know, because like really it comes down to societal issues. You know, it's not a minority thing. It's really, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like we've gotten to a point in society that we're only minorities because of our skin color, because we're allowing ourselves to be minorities because of our skin color, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, you know, whenever I bring up these like topics, and that's the one thing about Kevin Samuels that I really kind of dislike, is that he mainly focuses on the black community. And I'm like, not that there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm like, you know, I'm more about humanity as a whole.
A lot of people aren't like that, and I think that's a sad thing, because it's like we're all unfortunately in this together, so to segregate it into this group or that group doesn't really help the problem. It just helps, or it brings light to it in this aspect, but it doesn't bring light to the issue as a whole.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at, is that like, alright, we got a Dwayne here. Oh no, Craig. Boom, not no more. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at, is that like it's kind of like goes back to what I was saying about getting stuck on the details again. You know, we're focused too much on the skin color and like the different cultures and this and that, instead of like the issue as a societal, as a whole. You know, because it's like it's not just black men that are having issues; it's all men.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there was a point, maybe not even all that long ago, where it was more of a racial issue. But, you know, now we've gotten to a point where it's like that should be well behind us. And we should just be talking about this as a whole. Seven says, Matrix, the laws of the 10% who want to keep control of the 90% of their laws. Uh-oh, hold on. Got a spider, bitch.
Dig ya.
Careful, careful.
I'll dig ya.
I'll dig ya. Whoa. I'll dig ya.
Oh shit, that's a good ass dig.
Right? Dig that motherfucker. Skablamba damn. Did I not get the supplies? Oh, right there. Oh, I gotta drop something. Alright, let's head on out there. They're getting ready to start running here soon.
I don't think we're gonna make it back to the trader tonight, but we can head back to the base. And, oh shit. Okay, hello. Oh shit, I fell back in there.
So I got the spider.
I got his knee.
Ooh, nice shot.
because he was knee, so I was shooting at knees.
Alright, let's head on back to the base. Yeah, careful with that hole. Oh, you asshole. Alright, the pie says, I definitely agree if we try to just band-aid one minority's problem, then we're all just causing more problems overall. Yeah, and like, you know, ooh, nice airtime, bro. Nice airtime. Yeah, you know, and like, again, you know, I kind of like, you make everything about one group of people, and it's like, it's excluding everyone else. You know, and I'm like, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and I think honestly that's what the government wants, because then it's like, that's why you get like those weird exclusion, it almost feels like exclusion laws and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like, oh well, this, you know, like this group of people, like white privilege or whatever you want to call it. It's like, it's really not that. It's just that you guys have probably came here and complained so much that it's like, well, everyone, not saying that white people aren't complaining, it's just that they've made laws to exclude them from the brunt of everything because they're not essentially the target.
Yeah.
You're giving them a reason to target you. So
absolutely.
You know,
yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying, is that like, you know, we're modern segregation, man. For some reason we're looking forward to it. We're trying to separate ourselves by skin color and all this stuff.
Well, the wonky thing about it is, I see, we got one over here. I can. That's okay. Is he dead? No, he ain't dead. He's dead now.
Nice. Alright, let's get on out of here. Pi says,
oh, what's up?
Pi says, why don't we just fix all the youth programs and no more Asian summer camp BS or whatever you have? Yeah, I mean that's a whole topic on its own. But I'm right there with you. You know, instead of having these like groups of segregated, why not just have like normal? Bring back the Boys and Girl Scouts, you know, that kind of shit. Seven says Tate is part of the system, part of the Matrix. Now perhaps we should keep like male-female division for. Oh wait, no, this is the pie now. So Seven says Tate is part of the system, part of the Matrix. I'm not sure. Like Andrew Tate, like he's part of the system. I don't know what you're getting at there, Seven.
Probably not. I mean, he might come out a clone like Gucci Mane.
Yeah, I mean, he could be. You know, like you know, he's not. I don't necessarily like a lot of what he says, but I was like, I do agree with a lot of what he says, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's one of the few guys out there that's willing to like put himself out in the line and like look, and he even says that, you know, he's used up 2 of his lives. So honestly, don't be surprised if he ends up dead here in the next couple of years, maybe even sooner than that.
Oh, I'm gonna go back to the base. And I would hope not, but I mean, like, and I think that's the horrible thing about the world we live in, because it's like all it takes is for you to tell the truth, then you end up dead.
Okay, the old base here. Yeah, and that's kind of what we're getting at, you know. Pi says, now perhaps we should keep like a male-female division for things in sort of regards, but in general we need to remove the labels to fix problems, not work around the label. Then the Pi says, agree, Blizz, the government wants to keep creating and fixing problems so that they have things to do that isn't actually fixing things because they don't need to. Yep, they're creating problems for us to argue over.
Well, if you want to look at it this way, because I really kind of had to put this into perspective a couple days ago. And you could call it conspiracy if you want, but it's like, so when you're driving, everyone would complain about the roads being shitty and all this. But if you actually look at the roads, the only part that gets fucked up on the roads is the asphalt. The actual road itself, the road under the asphalt, never gets fucked up. They're never repairing the actual road itself. It's always repairing the asphalt. So it's like, you know, the easy top layer that you can easily, you know, fix. Okay, yeah, we can let that get fucked up or whatever, but it's like the actual core of the, you know, the hard part, we're not going to let that get damaged.
Okay. I think I see what you're getting at.
Like, I think it's all just, like I said, it's conspiracy, but it's just weird. Like, because if the roads were actually getting fucked up, then you would actually have them, hey, yo, I get they shut down roads, but what I'm saying is, if the road was actually fucked up, you wouldn't be able to use the road. You wouldn't be able to go across sections of the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, there would be literal, and I know people have seen craters, but what I'm saying is you would have craters. Like,
Yeah, I guess I'm
down
just
to even beyond. What's up?
I guess I'm struggling to see what the point, like what you're trying to get at.
What I'm saying is that it's all kind of a facade in a sense, essentially being whereas like if the roads were actually truly getting fucked up, then like I said, it would be way more of a effort thing for them to get it fixed. They're not real necessarily fixing the roads; they're just giving people stuff to do, so you can just they can just pay you and keep you kind of, I don't even know. But you know, like
So more like they're like you feel like the government, whoever it is just making busy work for people.
pretty much.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never thought of that. I can see that. I don't know if I would agree necessarily, but I can see that.
And I mean, it was also to in agreement with and I can't remember his name. I apologize, but
The pie.
the statement that was just made.
About how. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying about how the government's like making problems. Like
Yeah, just to fix them.
they're creating problems so that we have issues to focus on other than what they're doing.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I guess that's like a kind of a more of a minor type thing. But yeah, that's a really good way to put it. A really good example. Because I wouldn't have correlated that, and actually it took me a second to realize what you were talking about. But no, I get it.
Sometimes I can talk in circles, and I do apologize.
No, it wasn't even that. It was just it took me a second to get there because it's not even something that I would have thought of.
Okay.
7 says, Mr. M, test the truth, give and help the homeless. God will reward you. Written in Proverbs 19:17. When you obey God, will give you 100-fold. Written in Mark 10:13. Christ is not a liar. And then the pie says, it's actually part of the communist idea, probably more than that too, about the idle hands think, and thinkers cause problems for the status quo. Yep. 7 says, scriptures cannot be broken. Written in John 10:35. Test is Mr. M. You'll see it for yourself. But yeah, so to go back and touch on the communist thing, yeah. Again, it's a control thing, you know, and I hate using terms like they. I hate saying like they because it's hard for me to pinpoint who they are exactly. But it's true, man. There's someone out there that's orchestrating things. You know, someone on a level far beyond what we can comprehend. And we're all just kind of going along for the ride, you know, doing the best we can. You know, one thing I will say about the Bible, and like part of the reason why I have a hard time believing that, like, you know, it's just like everything that is chalked up to be, is because like it's so hard to read. Have you ever read the Bible, man?
When I was little, like parts of it, but
like you've actually like
been some. Oh, what's up?
Right, like you've actually like sat down and tried to read like a book of it, you know?
No, sir.
Yeah, it's a tough read, man, and like I can see why so many people back away from it, and I'm like, I don't get why a book that's so important, so integral to our lives would be so hard to decipher, you know?
I mean, it's also, and I know we've had this talk before, but it's like people perceive things completely different. Like, for example, it's like you have one dude that's homeless and then with the tinfoil hat on his head, and you have another dude looking at him crazy, and he's like, oh, well, why is he wearing a tinfoil hat? And the dude with the tinfoil hat's like, oh, well, he's gonna, the aliens are gonna get him.
Right, he's like,
And it's like, so
where's your tinfoil hat, right? Like,
yeah. So it's like you really have to, and that's one of the biggest problems with one of those books, because it's like, unless you're really sitting down with the whole active group of people, how can you honestly say you all are on the same page and understanding the same thing from that excerpt of the Bible?
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, it can be translated so many different ways.
Yeah.
7 says, test this pie. What I shared scriptures cannot be broken. John 10:35. Amen. The pie says, yeah, people would like to think it's impossible for something like this to happen. Too many variables, too many places it can go wrong. That's a fair point to argue, but it's true to an extent as well. But how long did the Bankers Guild run towns? How long did the nobles run cities and entire societies? Just because it's a different name and face doesn't change that few led others for a long time. Yeah, and actually Jordan Peterson talks about that for a while. At some point he mentions, talking to some feminist lady who talks about how men have been in power for yada yada yada, and he's like, well, really, it wasn't just men. It was like a small group of people who had all the power. He's like, and it's really not even until recently that more of the public started getting more power. It wasn't like, until all that long ago that like even men could vote. So it just kind of comes down to like people don't understand what they have, and they don't know how to be grateful for it,
Well, and I think that's also why people segregate the problems, because it's like, it's almost as if they're trying to win for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can win for themselves, then it doesn't matter who else wins or loses, because they're winning.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to like selfishness, a lot of like lack of self-awareness.
Yeah.
And it's just these are all first world problems too, I don't get how people can be so like just so selfish, so self-centered all the time,
Well, it's their upbringing, like, because we have you have tons of people, especially in nowadays world, where it's like they're in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and they've been raised by their parents their whole lives, and they can't, like, we have a chick at work, she can't fold laundry and she's 31.
Bruh.
And it's like her parents have literally coddled her so much that, like, if they were to die tomorrow, God help her.
Yeah, that bad, huh?
Yeah.
That's sad, man.
It's very sad, and it's like those are the same kind of people that would walk around like their shit doesn't stink, and it's like, bro, are you serious? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean that's rough, but that's one of those people that you just kind of you leave them to the wolves,
Yeah.
Well, what's funny too is that like we may not see it. We may not see it right away because like a lot of the ladies that we've dealt with and stuff like that are our age, and we've kind of like aged up with them and stuff like that. But a lot of ladies our age are struggling right now, and like they're struggling because of like these feminist ideals, the whole like you could be a boss bae, independent, yada yada yada, do all this, you don't need no men.
I mean, and I was gonna say that because it's like, okay, we're struggling because life really is working against us, but women are struggling because it's almost like they played the game of Snake for so long, and it's like you've just run out of space.
That's a good way to put it. It really is, yeah. And like like you said, especially us being men, like no, no one gives a fuck about us.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to like women and stuff like that. I was like, no one really cares. And that's part of the reason why we need to get more men together and just like do more manly things, start building more camaraderie, so that we have someone who cares, like let everyone know, be like, hey, and like I'm not for this king culture. I really hate when dudes call each other king. I'm like, y'all really need to like.
That's not my cup of tea either.
I'm like, that's kind of gay, bro. And like, if you're gonna be calling me king, you better be ready to get on your knees and kiss my toes, you know.
Yeah,
But
that's kind of gay too.
no, that's very gay.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at is that like, you know, you don't need to be doing that, you know.
Touche, touche.
Like there's only one person I would do that for, and that's Jesus Christ himself, you know. So.
I mean, at that point, it's kind of no-brainer.
Right, exactly. But it's like I said, don't call me king unless you're willing to give me that amount of authority, you know.
Yeah.
But that being
I
said,
mean, I get it. It's like trying to lift guys up, but it's like certain things don't need to be addressed in that fashion.
But that's
how
how
I fucked this totally up.
But that's how women do it though. Like that's how women uplift each other. They're like, you go queen, you know.
But the horrible thing is, it's like we've gotten to a point where it's like women have been saying shit like that, and they start to believe it. But it's like they're not even on each other's team.
Oh, they're not. They're not, and I think that's part of why I hate it when dudes do it too, is because it's such a feminine way. It's such a what's the word that I'm looking for? Insincere way of going about it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if you're gonna call me king, then you're gonna treat me like a king, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree, because it's just weird to. It almost feels as if your intentions are like insincere from the start.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, like, you know, instead of doing that kind of shit, like, really what men need to be doing is more calling each other out on their bullshit, you know, and like calling simps out for being simps. You know, calling out these fat lazy dudes, especially the ones who like want to get married and who like complain about the top 10% of dudes, because it's like, you know, even like I think it was Fit and Fresh were talking about it. They were like, you know, you don't have to be like the top 20% of dudes in order to start getting ladies. He was like, you know, even if you're not that good looking, you know, start working out, start getting into shape, start, you know, working in your own sector. And that's really what men need to start doing, is building their own sector again, you know, and start becoming in charge of their area. And then like you'll start getting the women. It's like the same way that accountability is kryptonite to women. A good masculine man is like honey to flies, you know, like they can't help but like melt when there's like a man who's like truly in his masculine, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like even feminine way. I've seen it myself, you know, because I hold myself very stern at work. I'm very stoic. And like I've seen ladies come up, you know, and they've had this attitude. You know, you can just tell that they're the whole like, you know, boss babe lady, you know, they're all stressed out and stuff like that, but like I hold my own. I look them dead in the eye. I act like a man, you know, and I talk to them like I'm a man. And they just like right before my eyes, they start melting, you know.
The thing is, I think all women want that, but it's like that's not the way to go about it. Like,
what do you mean?
Not what's up?
What do you mean? That's not the way to go about it.
Like, I understand that like women want to be swooned and caressed and kind of such, and it's like I kind of like with the situation.
The sun's up.
With you, you know, like when she comes at you aggressively, but all you have to do is stand your ground, and she'll, like you said, she'll melt before your eyes. Nothing's wrong with that. Oh, you've been working. Nice.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I was over. Where did I? Oh yeah, that was me. Yeah, I'm headed towards the other base.
Very nice. Okay, I'll help you next night, because I've been, or are we still because we can do missions, but I've been getting you more nitrate and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're good. I'm gonna set up a farm at the other base. I tore down the one here so that we can start it at the other spot.
Okay.
But yeah, let's go turn these in, and I think split up from there. I'm gonna go start up that farm. The pie says, for various reasons. Oh wait. Yeah, let me scroll up again. Pie, I'm gonna have to get you on stream one day. You seem to have a lot of stuff going on here. Yeah, modern women don't realize that in the 50s and World War II, women went back home to be moms. they had the taste of working life and didn't like it in general. Then feminism happened again for various reasons, and who supported the women hard, like really hard. Certain businesses and people who immediately realized more women in the workforce meant more people spending money. So more profit for them, etc. Guess what changed over the next 30 years? Lots of these modern women who believe in the working woman is the way doesn't realize that they're victims of their past iterations and fail to think ahead. And then Slurpee says, I'm back. Welcome back, Slurpee. Then the pie continues, says, now, of course, men fail to think ahead plenty too, but just an example. Hey, a slurp, been a while. Oh, been an adventure, LOL. I'm a motor mouth. And then 7 says, pie, I practice it. It was crazy for me. Do it every day. Practice it for 100-fold return. This proves the Lord's word is real. All right, well, thank you for that, 7. Pie, you're absolutely right. You know, a lot of the like women, when the whole suffrage thing came around, women didn't even want the right to vote. All right, I'm gonna head out and turn in this this quest.
I'm right behind you.
All right. You know, they didn't even want the right to vote because they knew what came with it, including like the draft and stuff like that. And yeah, this definitely has been an adventure. It's been a good one though. Just stuff that needs to be talked about more. I know that that Blizz and I talk about this stuff quite a bit. We've been talking about starting the podcast for a while. Where you going, bro?
Well, a podcast, that'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, that's kind of what this is. This is kind of the starts to that, you know.
Yeah.
I just gotta like hone it in, just kind of refine it, you know, and like refine my style, refine my research, refine my interviewing skills. I think it'll be good though. I thought that said boobs.
Oh, he's good.
Right. Slurpee says, well, I just wanted to check on you guys. I'm going to head bed early considering I got to wake up at 5. If you don't hear from me, then stay safe, stay awesome. All right, Slurp, take care. Thank you for stopping by again. What are you doing back here?
Trying to kill a rabbit, but he juked the shit out of me, so he lives.
But yeah, you're definitely right there, Pi, about the whole modern woman thing. And like, what's really sad is that a lot of them aren't realizing it until it's too late. You know, like I know plenty of ladies that are in their like 30s, 33, 34, 35, pushing 40, you know. And like, unfortunately for women, for them, they have a time clock, you know. There's only so long that you can do certain things as a woman. And then that's like right around the same time that men start getting at their peak. You know, they say men get at the peak of their earning potential right around 40 normally. So that's like, that's the time when men can start going buck wild and like, you know, start like partying and like spending all the money that they've earned and stuff like that. Meanwhile, a lot of the ladies are there complaining about not being able to get a husband. They should have locked one down years ago, yada yada yada. You just trying to run down rabbits over here?
Chicken will not get the best of me. There we go. Nope. Okay. Okay, chicken. Have it your way.
Alright, I'm gonna go turn this in while you obsess over these animals.
Yeah. I'll follow you here in a second. As soon as I
Don't worry about it.
Chicken.
The Pie says, yeah, I meant to send you that channel, mister. I'm totally spaced out. I'll get to a couple other channels that do some things like what you're doing here. Maybe give you some ideas or heck, even give you some fuel for the fire. I'm down. I'm definitely down. I've been watching too much Red Pill content. I need to back away. Start watching some more. Because, you know, Red Pill's cool and all. You know, it's a good start. It really is, but they definitely leave out a lot of things, and I think they go about things not the greatest way, you know.
Aggressive approach, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Like they kind of go the opposite. It's kind of like the pendulum swinging the opposite way.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, I get what you're saying, but it is kind of like we've kind of gotten to that point where it's like we need to go to those extreme measures in order for changes to happen, you know.
I get that, but at the end of the day, it's going to be changes we don't want.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, I mean, that's why we need to have stuff like this, more conversations like this, before bad things start happening, you know.
Yeah.
Seven says my stuff's not working, getting kicked off again, Mr. M. Yeah. Speaking of which, I still haven't been able to find your channel, even after you typed it into the chat, or typed it with the chat, your Marvelous 7 channel. Still haven't been able to pick it up. Papai says, all right, 7, if you disappear, have a good night. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. Look forward to seeing you next time. Thanks for the good conversations, for the good inputs. I always appreciate it.
Good night. Have a good night.
Oh, my apologies. Check back again, and I may have what you're looking for. I'm in a little predicament. God bless you, and good luck.
Alright, man, I'm gonna head back to the other base and then probably call it a night from here.
Sounds good to me. I'm right behind you.
Alright, I'll wait for you here then. Oh, but yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Blizz. Like, you know, it's definitely changes that we don't necessarily want, but, you know, that's why we need to get more voices heard. That's why we need to get more men talking, you know?
Well, if history's taught me anything, it's the periods like these that are the scariest, because it's like, it's not the Andrew Tates you need to be worried about, it's the dude that comes behind him that has a sweet voice that everyone wants to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, it's always that guy that's always up to something, or, you know, he's got something going on in the shadows, and it's like, no one wants to look at, you know, his background because he looks so good, or he's such an ideal person, so charming, or something.
Well,
like
I mean, here's the thing though, it's already happening the other way. Like, look at how many people we have in positions of power that definitely shouldn't be there. You know, so if anything, that would be a good thing, to have the pendulum swing that far the other way. We just gotta find somewhere in the middle.
He's got skeletons in his closet.
What's that?
Unless he's got bad skeletons in his closet.
Who's that, Andrew Tate?
No, not Andrew Tate. Like, whoever comes behind Andrew, whoever comes behind him.
Yeah, seeing that's kind of what I'm getting at too, is that it shouldn't be just one person coming behind them. It should be a lot of people. You know, it should be a lot of voices.
Well, I mean, you have a lot of people that don't want to get canceled, and, you know, because, like, no one wants to be in fear of death. Like, no one you know, like, you don't want to live in fear of that.
Nope. No, but I mean, at the same time, you know, and, like, I'm not saying that it's gonna come to that, but it may. And if that's what it comes to, then, like, as men, that's our responsibility. It's always been our responsibility. It's always been our responsibilities to have our heads on the chopping block. You know, it's the same reason why men go to war and women don't, generally speaking. You know.
Touche.
Yeah,
I agree, but at the end of the day, for something so not real, you know, like controversial, it's like,
Is it really? Well, I mean, it is controversial, but it's also important.
Yeah.
You know, because it's
I
like,
mean, at the end of the day, I guess I feel I need to stop saying that. But yeah, like, I guess ultimately I feel like kind of like the situation where Buddy made the hydrogen or converted his motor over to hydrogen, and was using essentially water to power his truck. And then the kid came over and like did the shooting and whatever, and the guy got killed. But it's like, I think stuff like that just gets done without you at that point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and seeing that, and that's kind of the thing. That's the thing that separates the 95% from the 5%. You know, and like I was listening to a guy Earl Nightingale, and he even mentions about how there's two different types of the 95% and the 5%. And basically, every time the 5% are at risk of being ridiculed or sacrificed or crucified for going against what the 95% says. So it's one of those things. Is like, is it a hill you're worth dying on? And for the longest time, I wasn't. For the longest time, I was very okay with taking a back seat. But then I kind of realized that that's what, again, I hate saying this term, but that's what they want. They want men like us to take the back seat and to not care and to be afraid of dying for a certain cause, Oh, there's a rabbit. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Oh, I missed.
But I won't now. Oh, I wasn't going fast enough. You bastard.
But yeah, to like use that overturned word, that's what they want, is for men to be scared, too scared to do anything, to stand up and say anything. And like, I don't blame anyone for not wanting to do that, but for me, it's become a thing, because once I've realized that what I want in my life, what my purpose is to have a family and like raise kids and stuff like that, to be the future that I don't see happening. Once I kind of realized that, yeah, I do need to get involved and I do need to like start doing something. And unfortunately, that may put me in the line of fire quite a bit, and I may get hurt or even killed because of it.
I think it's so horrible that it has to come to that essentially over nothing, really.
I mean, it kind of is something. It's a big something,
but
we're talking about.
That's made out of nothing, if that makes sense.
I mean, not really. It's unnecessary, definitely. But it's like it's made out of something. It's made to be this way for a reason. Like this was all by design. Like I said, there's certain people who want us fighting over little things like race or gender and things like that.
Well, shit. I think the one thing that's even more fucked up is that because I've been told on Facebook they have like robot or AI or whatever bots that'll sit there and argue with you.
Oh yeah.
Just to argue with you.
Uh-huh. That's part of it. Keeps the algorithm going, and they found a lot of them are like bots, not even from like Facebook or anything. They're like Russian bots or something.
Oh wow.
And they'll like they'll go on these like websites and stuff like that just to cause controversy, just to get people riled up. Because
chicken.
Was it?
So I got a chicken.
Nice.
Well, that's really fucked up because it's like
yeah.
you're essentially playing with people's emotions, and people will let you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got that zombie too from here.
Again, bro, you need to read 1984.
I watched a YouTube documentary on it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's not the same.
I mean, as long as you get the gist of it, but it's all in there, man. It's all in there about, and like this guy wrote this back in the 50s. So that just goes to show you how long this stuff's been going on.
Probably even longer than that.
Oh yeah, well, far longer than that. That's the whole. I talked to you about Machiavelli before, right?
No.
So Machiavelli, like I don't really know the full story behind him, but I do know that he's kind of a hated man because like he wrote the book on like royals and how royals are supposed to treat peasants and yada yada yada, this and that. And like a lot of people were pissed at him because they were like, oh, he came up with these rules of like how to keep the poor people downtrodden and this and that. But then someone brought up a good point, and they're like, what he actually did, what some other people think he did, was that he did that on purpose to get that information out to the poor people, if that makes sense. So like,
yeah, before it's too late.
Right, so it was like the people who were being downtrodden, because they were like, before that there was no written rules behind it. It was just like the royals were able to go about doing whatever they did behind closed doors. But they were like, since he wrote it in a form that could be published and then eventually get into like poorer people's hands, you know, then they can like read it for themselves. And like basically it brought attention to what the royals were doing. So like a lot of people like hate the guy because they're like, oh yeah, the rules that he came up with are fucked up, this and that. You know, the people use the word Machiavellian to describe evil. But then there's another group
Oh,
of people
wow.
that are like that say, well, no, what he did was actually a good thing because he brought basically he brought knowledge to the ignorant.
Yeah, he brought it to light.
Yeah. So it's kind of one of
That's
those
so
things,
crazy.
right? Well, we're gonna go
Yeah,
ahead
'cause
and
it,
get. Oh, go ahead.
oh, oh no, no, I was just gonna say, almost like the tinfoil hat concept again, like people's perspectives being so skewed.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and catch up on chat, and then we're gonna get out of here. The pie says, good example is wolf in sheep's clothing principle. Oh yeah, and that's part of the reason why I have an issue with church is because like I could just feel it. Like there's so many like people who wouldn't act like they act in church outside of church. You know what I mean? That makes me real uncomfortable. He continues to say, I mean, not gonna say which president was barred from becoming it, but happened anyway. And then Seven says, what's the color of your Bugatti? Sad says it like a woman. Warren Buffett, multi-billionaire, or Robert Kiyosaki doesn't show off.
Robert Kiyosaki.
Kiyosaki, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Doesn't show off because plus became Muslim, was Christian. I've read the Quran, it denies Christ. Christ is the Lord and Savior who died for our sins and gave salvation to the truly repentant. And then the pie says, yeah, he was an Italian diplomat, but Machiavellianism is generally the practice of doing what needs to be done to achieve the end result, which is why it's often considered evil. Oh, okay, so it's not even quite as evil as I thought it was. But yeah, so that's who Machiavelli was. The pie is pretty knowledgeable about this kind of stuff. Like I said, you're gonna have to come on stream with us one day, bro. An Italian diplomat. But yeah, so if you ever heard the like term Machiavellian, that's basically someone describing someone as evil.
Okay.
But yeah, that's someone that I want to do a little bit more research on. Like, I want to look into him, like Socrates, these kind of people, Marcus Aurelius, all the Stoics, and kind of go from there. Maybe even looking like Bushido. But I think we're on the right track, man.
Yeah. Trying to pick a foundation or make a foundation and go from there.
Yes, sir. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and head on out of here.
Right.
Thanks for playing, Blizz. What are you up to tomorrow? You working?
Yes, I am, but I can hopefully swing in about the earlier actually than today.
Yeah, I mean, let me know if you're around. If you're not too tired or anything, I'm gonna be doing like some errands and stuff tomorrow. But I'm always down. We don't even necessarily have to stream or anything, but it's always fun when we do.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's a pleasure working with you, sir.
Anytime, brother.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all have a good night.
Yes, sir. And that's Blizz1313
Signing off.
my good buddy there. And then for the rest of us here, we're gonna go ahead and do a quick prayer. I don't do this every stream. I do feel like it kind of gets repetitive sometimes, with the same kind of prayer. But let me go ahead and turn that on. Let's take these off. The pie says that was half of Google, but I'm aware of him. Hey, Google's an amazing tool, ain't it? The pie says have a good one all. Take care. And then Seven says yes, prayers, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and bow our head, close our eyes. To our Heavenly Father, our most gracious Creator, we thank you for allowing us to get together and not only stream, not only play these video games, but talk about you, and honestly, not only talk about you, but talk about the things around us, the things that you've created, and hopefully, kind of get to where we're gonna eventually touch some people here through your name. We're gonna touch some young men. We're gonna touch some lives. We're gonna make people rethink the way that society is and make them think more godly, make them think the way that your son did, the more that Jesus Christ did. In your name we pray this, amen and amen. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and take off. That's been a great stream. I'm looking forward to the next one. I don't know when that's gonna be. I'm definitely going to get more of a regular schedule, and I'm actually thinking about starting a new channel for this, going off and branching off somewhere completely new. But we'll see. We'll see what the future holds. I'll keep it in prayer. Ask that you guys do the same. I'm Mr. Marauder. Y'all have been a lovely set of people. Ciao. Shabby.